Hey, afternoon all. How are we doing? I think we're working. Yes, we're working. We're live. I've lost a few off the top though, mind you. I've lost a few off the top. I've got Peter Graff in on top. Afternoon to you, Peter. Aaron's in. Hi, Aaron. Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Blah, blah. Michael Hyde. Hi, Michael. Chris Milky. How are you, Chris? Timothy Kahn. Anthony. Radio Restorations by Colin. Rob Titheridge. Matamble. Nick Petronics. Hang on, it's jumped again. Retro Tech Restorations. Very good afternoon to you. Actually, I believe I subscribed to Mr. Retro Tech Restorations yesterday, I think. So, very welcome, mate. Rob's radio channel. Good afternoon to you, Rob. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Barry Chonley. Robert Head. Afternoon, Rob. Hope you're okay, mate. Man Cave. Sean. Thanks for the super chat, mate. You're in with it for the next hour. Excellent. It's going to be chaotic then, isn't it? Afternoon, Thomas and Susie. Russie B. Afternoon, Russ. Daniel Russell. I said hello to you, Daniel, already. Mike Cass, hi, Mike. Mick McGinn. Afternoon, Mick. Afternoon, Les. Oh, Blokey, Steve. Hope you're okay, mate. Multi's in. Hi, Multi. Coffee beeped. Nice. Chris. For Beer and Capacitor Fund. And Rob. Thank you very much. I don't even know which way my thumb's going now. Simon's World. Hi, Simon. And Harvey's in. ZX. John Osborne. Afternoon, John. John is our battery man. Good to see you, John. And no worries, Mr. Retro Tech. I stumbled upon your channel accidentally, really. I think I was watching Don from Australia. I think I was watching his channel, and I think it popped up after that. So yeah, it looked very interesting. So I thought I'd jump in and subscribe. I haven't looked at any of your videos yet, Mr. Retro Tech, but I will be. So some good stuff in there. Mick Refuses. Afternoon to you, Mick. And Rolf's in. Hi, Rolf. I have caught up with your latest pinball video, Rolf. I haven't put a comment in there yet. I was going to, because I'm looking forward to seeing how you get on casting those bumper tops. David Tag. Hi, David. Andrew Pitt. Hi, Andrew. Name's Christoph. No worries, Christoph. I'll never remember that. You'll have to tell me a few times before that sinks in. I think I've got everybody. So today we've got quite a bit to get through. So I've got some batteries to look at. I've got a giveaway to look at, and then we've got the Roberts R827, which I've never seen one of these things, and it's a monster. I thought it was a little portable, but it's not. It's sort of big. It's big. A lot bigger than I thought it was going to be when I seen the pictures of it. 80, how you doing, mate? So yeah, a lot to cover today. And we got John Osborne in, which is great, because John is the man that's designed all these fantastic batteries. And I've got some bits to test them in as well. So we're not only going to have a look at them, we're going to test them as well. Yes, you need to subscribe to Rolf's house at Retro Tech Restorations. He's got a very early pinball. Very early. My radio, afternoon. I think that's Adele, isn't it? Afternoon to you, Adele, and welcome. So you got 25. Yeah, so if you search Rolf's house on YouTube and subscribe, you'll be able to see his videos. Christoph, was it? See, I told you I'd forget, didn't I? Oh dear. Yeah, Christoph, I got it right. Yay! Right. You're welcome, Adele. Thanks for those bits that you sent me through. I've got these kits now from Adele to modify the audio in the Sony ICF 2001D in 2010. So I'm going to be doing a video on that very soon and sticking it into my my 3 radios. Actually, I've got 3 2001s here. Afternoon, Derek. How are you? Good on you. I was in 1937, yeah. Yeah, Rolf's is in 1937. I knew it was an early one. Rob, thank you very much. In fact, I've just got a present in from Rob, just literally, just as I was coming up the stairs, this came through the door. So I've got a present there from Rob to open in a minute. Which is very kind of him. You didn't play on pinball machines back in 1937, Les, did you? I know you're knocking on a bit. You're about 95. Ben Humphreys. Ben, welcome Ben and Sandra. I forgot to put Sandra's name in the titles, Ben, but I will alter that. So this little giveaway is from Ben and Sandra, or Sandra and Ben, ladies first. Yeah, okay. I think we're at Gavin's in. Hi, Gavin. How are you, mate? Right, let's get over. We need to go and see someone because he's very impatient. Oh, I'm gonna have to stick my finger up his rear again, aren't I? Because hang on, where is he? Where is he? There he is. He's not the same if he's not lit. So, for those of you new to the channel, this is Penguin from Christmas, who is the guardian of the beer, and he wanted to stay out of the loft, so he's still here with us, and he helps me with the beer. We don't like to let me have the glass. That's the problem. So I'm gonna have the finger today. Look. So I'm gonna have to have the finger. You can't beat the bishop's finger on a Sunday. Oh, that's gonna be feisty, isn't it? No, it isn't. Can I have that, Penguin? Thank you very much. She'll play some mean pinball. How you doing, Sean, anyway, mate? Hi, Luigi. Oh, Sandra called you in, did she? Penguin has a beer gut. He does. I think he's been secretly drinking them when I'm not about. So say bye, Penguin. Yeah, cheerio. It's gone. Till next week. That's if you still want him here. I could stick him back up in the loft. It's nearly time, isn't it? It's nearly time to stick Penguin back up in the loft. It does. It feels like snow, doesn't it? It's really, really cold at the moment. So you can see a few bits and pieces here on the bench beside me. I was going to say behind me. I've dug out one of my Roberts. Well, this is the best one I've got, actually. This is a Roberts R827. I've restored this one quite some time ago. I bought it from a car boot sale up in Somerset, and it was actually in very, very good condition. And when I opened the back, it had a little envelope in it with all the bill of sale and the user's instructions and everything. So I've got that safe. I don't know where, but I've got it safe. But the reason I pulled this one out is because it takes a PP1 battery. Well, I think this one does. They modified these because originally they took a big flat battery. I can't remember off the top of my head what the model number of that is. Good batteries in the mic today. Yes, I hope so. I'm trying to think what happened last week, but yeah, I had batteries that I've been filming in the week, and they ran out, didn't they? 295 days till Christmas. It's got to be closer than that. Right, cheers everybody. I have got a couple of the Starry Night RT1s to restore. So let's get this down and get you in a bit closer then. So this is Robert's very first transistor radio, the RT1. And to say I restored this some time ago, the brass. I really ought to put clear coat on the brass because it's got dull again, so I'm going to have to polish them again. But it's in really good nick, very, very good nick. There's a little bit of sort of, I don't know what you call this, little tiny brown dots on the front. But let's open up the back, and yeah, this is one of the ones with the adapter for a PP1. Let's have a look. We're going to have to get Sean's chocks in for this, aren't we? So I can just prop it up a little bit so you can see the battery compartment a bit better. Okay, there we go. So this takes a PP1 battery. Now John has very kindly made one. He did say back along, was there any batteries that that we could do with, and I suggested PP1 being one of the ones that you can't get anymore. And it's nice to have the proper battery in your radio in it. Now this is a genuine PP1. This is an original one, and I mean this radio is late 50s, I believe. So these would have been around in the sort of 50s and possibly into the 60s. There was a different battery it had before though. Does anybody know the battery that used to be fitted in it? Hi Keith, how are you? Hi Gerard. Yes, well that's the swiveling bit of wood is here, Gerard, which I was going to get to that. You beat me to it. So it would take a long battery that went all the way along here, or they made this little bit of wood, just a swiveling bit of wood to stop the PP1 moving about, and that sort of fits in like that. Now, it does stick out a bit, but believe me, the door does shut on it. So that's an original PP1. Now I did speak to John a while back, and I gave him some dimensions of a PP1, and it was actually wrong. So it didn't fit. Well, I don't think it fitted. I measured it with a ruler rather than my micrometer. So and John has come up with this. What do you think of that? That is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Now there's a link in the description to John's eBay page where you can buy these. So I think that's amazing. This one's obviously dead. That is no more. That's a goner. But I just keep it for historic purposes, I suppose. So will this fit in? I think it's pretty much the same size. Where are we? Yes, it will. Let's just see if the door will shut. Yes, it does. There you are. So there it is, and it's very clever how John's actually done this. Let's get it out. Let's get you down a little bit. It's round that way. This is pretty similar. I suppose the only thing is this has got the 6-volt PP1 on this front edge, and John's got it on the side of this one. So that's the only difference I can see. Maybe the logo's slightly different, but again, they may well have made different versions of this, so who knows. But that's the only difference. But the interesting thing is what's inside this, because it's actually a battery holder. So if we pop the bottom off, pop it out, we've got our battery connector, and we've got two. Now I thought these were AAAs, but they're not. They're AA's. Both sides, look. So it's a 3D printed part. It's blowing it out a little bit because it's black, but yeah, very, very clever. So I thought what we'd do is we'll actually fire this radio up, and it's a long time. It's probably not been fired up for about 3 years, this radio, so it might not work. So I've got some of these batteries that Derek very kindly gave me. Still got some left, Derek. I got 4 left, I think. So John has let me have this battery plus another one, just to sort of do a bit of a demo and a review on it. So I put it down as I don't know what they call it now. It's not product placement, but it's a sort of almost a promotional video, but it's not really, because John hasn't asked me to do a review. I just said I would. So there we are. There's our 4 batteries in. So let's pop it back in. Got to remember which way's which. So the negative is that one. And there we are. That is now a 6-volt battery, because people get confused with the with these RT1s, and normally you've got to put a 4 battery holder in there. I use a C-cell holder. But let's have a look. Let's make sure we have got connection and the battery's okay. So, and there we are. We have got a 6-volt battery. So what about that? Excellent. Stephen Hall, how are you, mate? Not seen the PP1. Well, as I say, these are on sale on John's page at the moment. Gerard, what was the other battery? Do you know the other battery that was fitted to these? Afternoon Mac Vision? Just catching up with new arrivals. Who is Mrs. Cruncher? Mrs. Cruncher is my missus, Peter. My better half. Afternoon, Derek. I think I said hello to Derek. Two PP9s. I can order you some from John. I can order you some from John, Chris. You're not sure on the other battery. It's very clever, Sean, isn't it? So let's stick it in the RT1 and see if she'll fire up, shall we? Not that there's anything on medium wave these days. Of course, I've got the light on there. which it doesn't like.
Now the referee stops play. Harry Gray is still down the.
Let's try long wave.
Some people will the main crop, and most people wouldn't bother sitting for the main. And
So we've got lots of electronics on here interfering.
it's really the idea of.
So there you are. It's working. And of course, if you were to put lithium batteries in one of these, then you could leave it in there because they do not leak. So top tip, I know they cost more, lithium batteries, but they last longer and they do not leak. So I think what I'll do with this one is this one will live in the set now. So I'll stick 4 lithium batteries in it, and I'll stick it in the set, and it can actually stay in there now for good. Because does anybody know another radio that uses a PP1? The other longer type of battery was a PP8. Okay. Yes, it was. And again, I don't think I've ever seen one of those. So this is the lithium batteries. These are Energizer. I don't know if it'll focus on that, will it? Yeah, these are Energizer Ultimate Lithium. And I mean, these do not leak. So I'm going to get 4 of those out and stick them in later. I need to get some more of those, actually. I've got many more left. They are expensive, but they do last a long time. I used to use them for my photography for the flash unit, so that's why I've got them. That's why I bought them originally. So there we are. That's the PP1. And what did I do with the PP9s? I've got 2 over here. These are actually ones from Simon, but the same sort of thing. So he also does a PP7 for those that have got the radios that take PP7s, like the little dance sets and the hackers, and also a PP9. So there you are, Chris. If you need me to get you a couple when I send this hacker over to you, I will, mate. Drop me an email, Chris, just to remind me. How many stations on medium wave are audible now? There's probably only about 2, maybe 3 that you can just about hear, Matamble. Yeah, Radio Caroline. Les came over yesterday. We got Radio Caroline on one of my Sony 2001Ds. Lantern batteries would be nice for the R707. Yeah, that's a point, John. I don't know how easy it would be, but the R707 uses the lantern battery. If I got one, I should have one here somewhere. These are still available because they use them for those flashing lights. They use them for those flashing lights, these. So is that something that that you could maybe look at, John? I don't. Do you send it internationally, John, or not? I've got a link to John's eBay page here, so let's just go over and have a quick look, see what John's got here. So there's the PP9 battery adapter. This is the one we're going to be looking at next for the AVO meter, the B121, or BLR121. PP7s. There's our PP1. What have we got here? Battery adapter for a Feldfernsprecher. God knows what that is. That must be, is that for some, obviously for a German radio? Interesting. 4.5 volt. Now, there are radios that use these. The Nordmend use the 4.5 volt batteries. They use 2 of them actually. But, you know, if you think, for example, if you look at this here, I mean, £15, they were about £4 each, was the cheapest from Wilkinson's. If you buy them from places like Farnow, RS, they're about £6 each. So it only takes you, you know, it pay for itself in probably, well, 6 months, if that. It depends how much you use your radio, I suppose. But the main thing is they look blimmin' good, don't they? You know? So yeah, they do look really good. So there you are. The link to John's eBay is in the description. Battery Adapters UK is in the description of this video down below. So we're going to look at this one next, the B121. So let's just catch up with the chat. It's getting dark, isn't it? Right, I'm just trying to catch up with the power pack. Yeah, PP. Still get PP8. They use them on electric fencing. I'm sure I had a PP8 here, but I don't think that would have been the gap in there is massive, so it must have used something different than that. Rich, how you doing, mate? Welcome. The banging you can hear in the background, the neighbour's just putting a shed up, so unfortunately we're going to have to put up with the banging for today. Derek's transmitters are the way to go. It's for German field phone. Very interesting, John. No worries, Chris. I've just answered that, Rolf. So it's a bit of a delay. Yeah, the neighbour's putting the felt on the roof. Afternoon, Paddy. How are you? She's just killing the chickens. No, she isn't. They are babies. Yeah, so great job, John. I mean, these were given to me by Simon. This is actually a rechargeable one. I've got a couple others. I must get one of these, another one of these off of John as well. I need another PP7 to match that one, John, for my what do we call it? My mini Herald. Because I think Chris wants a mini Herald, so probably have to order some off you, John, because I think Chris is going to want some of these. He's over in the US of A, but I have got a radio that I'm just about finished restoring from here that is going over to him soon, so I can stick the battery holders in the same pack to save him postage. But yeah, the R707 uses this. Anybody else know of anything that uses a PP1? Anybody? Afternoon, John Pryor, how are you? BBC Radio Devon shut, Gavin, unfortunately. They stopped transmitting quite some time ago. It was over a year ago, might even have been 2 years ago. Anyway, that's the battery that was I was demoing today, was the PP1. So great job on that, John. I had done a drawing of this in my CAD program to print one out, but I hadn't worked out how to do the batteries yet, so John has sorted that out, no problem at all. So let's put that one to one side now then, and we'll have a look at this Avo battery, which I think is very ingenious. Let's pop that over there out the way. If you remind me later, Chris, we'll have a quick look at your radio that's pretty much done now. I've just got to put it all back together. I've just cleaned all the knobs and that off yesterday. Nope. Let's move them batteries out of the way. Let's find my beer. No, the RP17 doesn't use PP7s. I'm trying to get my words out. So this is the next thing we're going to have a look at. This is a battery for an Avo meter. Now I'm sure most of you have got Avo meters. Let's put this camera's a bit dark. Let's go that way. That's better. Yeah, I'm sure most of you have got Avo meters. I know I've sold a couple recently. And this is the, well, it's BLR121 or B121. Now this is a battery that's available on eBay at the moment. That's £6. I think it's around about £6 or £6.50. But this is a single-use battery. It's 15 volts, and they don't last very long, and they're very badly made. So let me show you what I mean by badly made. Let's put John's out of the way at the moment. Let's have a look at one of these that you can buy on eBay. Now, the thing I found with these is usually when you get these and you measure them, they're about 12 volts. They're not actually 15, and I don't know why. They just use rubbish cells in them. But I've actually opened this one up because I wanted to see how it's made. It died fairly quick. It didn't have a long life, this one. So inside, we've got this little, like, fiberglass top. And if I tip it out, we've got two bits of polystyrene there. And we've got a stack of button cells. You can see one's dropped off. Now there was on the other end, that actually goes, no, that's right, that goes there. There was another little pip on the other end, but I pinched that for one of these that I made. In fact, that one's fitted in Robert Head's Avo now. So that's all it is. It's a stack of 10 1.5 volt batteries, and they are, if I can read it, AG10s, these. So that's how that's done. I mean, it's rubbish, isn't it? It's just a bit of shrink wrap over the top, shrink wrapped there, and a bit of fiberglass, and you pay £6.50 for that. Or you can have this, which is a lot better looking. Not that you're going to be seeing the inside of your Avo that often. So let's it's refillable as well. This is the key. It is refillable. So once it goes, and they don't last a long time if you're doing a lot of resistance measurements. Let's just get the meter in shot in this one. So I'm going to go across these, and we have 15.6 volts. Look, there we are. Now I assume this comes loaded already with batteries, John, does it? I take it does. Thank you, Sean. Towards Chris's PP9 fund. It is difficult to get them over the water. Chris wants a mini Herald and 2 battery holders to go with it. Yeah, we can sort it. Andrew Little Boy, how you doing, mate? Amazing how far battery technology's come. Friend has got complete. Yeah, I've had a look at those solar battery systems. I was tempted to look into getting solar PV here, but it's just so expensive though. It's a very long payback period, but it is the way to go, really. What's that, Retro Tech? What's that? Christoph, sorry. Only lasted 2 minutes. They don't last at all, Sean, do they? The Decca TP Debonair takes PP ones. Does it really? TP44. I don't think I've got one of those, Mick. Thank you, Rob, for more batteries. Excellent. It comes with a set of batteries installed ready to go into the Avo. So I thought we'd have a look inside this because it is refillable. Now I did have a go with the screwdriver earlier, and I can tell you it's a number 2 Phillips that you need to get into this. I tried a number 1 and it was a bit of a slack fit, so it's a number 2 Phillips. So that's I don't know if anything's going to ping out, so I'm going to take these out gently. I don't know if it's spring loaded. I don't know what's inside here. I've never seen inside this, John. It's exciting. Yeah, you did, Rolf. Rolf has done some great budget, what do you call it? Oh, there we are. So that must be our cells. So let's pop them out on the bench. How about that? That is very nice, John. That's so much better than this rubbish, isn't it? I mean, look at this thing. Junk. You don't have to worry about shrink wrapping them like this either. Just turn it upside down and pop them in. I think it's that way around, isn't it? And make sure you get them the right way up, though. That's the only thing, isn't it? Go on. No, the other way. Other way. Oh. Typical. They're not going to go. So 50-50 chance of getting it the right way up, and it's going the wrong way up every time, except the first time I did it. There we are. That's the first one. Come on. Oh no. I shouldn't have took this apart, John. There must be a method. Must be a method you use. I'll tell you what might be a good idea if I stack them up like this. No, they need to go that way, don't they? So I'm putting it that way. Yeah, okay. That might be the way. That might be the way. Let's try that. I shouldn't have took these out. Can I stack 10 though without coming? This is like not kerplunk. What is it? With those wooden blocks, Jenga. It's like button cell Jenga. It's not good. It's gonna go. It's gonna go. Rich is with me. Am I going to get all 10? They're not looking very stable. Is it going to fall? Ah! Go in. No. It's 9. They're going to go. The last one. The suspense. Oh, we're in. Hang on, let's get something underneath it quick. Let's get a spudger in there. There we go. Let's get the bottom on quick before they decide to jump back out again. Very good. Very clever, John. I'm trying to go in the same screw thread as well, so just want to back screw it. Screw them down in the same screw thread. So better make sure I've got it the right way round. That'll be it, wouldn't it? Always have it backwards. Yeah, we're the right way around. Okay, so it's got to try it in an AVO, haven't we? So this is my last AVO that I've got for sale. So if anybody's after an AVO, this is my last one. I might keep it for myself. I don't know, but these are amazing meters. This one's actually got a sticker on the front that says Royal Air Force. So this is from the RAF. Let's just get this case spun around. See if we can walk it out of the case. AVO meter, AVO Model 8 Mark 6. Well, this isn't, yeah, this is a Mark 6 actually. Yeah, it's a Mark 6. So there we are, nice old AVO meter. And those of you that repair radios, you can have one of these, or you certainly know of it anyway, for sure. Absolutely brilliant meter. I mean, I've got one in the background over there that I use quite a lot. They're great for tuning up stuff because you can watch the meter. It's a nice big display on them. Anyway, the business end that we need to get into is in here. So let's just get let's get a big screwdriver, just turn it for now. Get into the thing. Where's my chalk thing gone? Okay, so we've got another type of battery in this one, so let's pop that down. Let's get you in a bit closer. It's even got a calibration sticker on there, look. You see that? So that's where this battery lives, and you can see it's got positive and negative marked on the case. Okay, so this is one of these ones that splits in two halves, look. Again, this is one that somebody's made. I don't know if that's got any power left in it, but we'll have a look in a minute. So let's see if that one fits. So positive there. Look at that. That's a perfect fit. That's very, very good, John. Well done. So let's just have a look to see that it does work. Well, it should do. So we need to get some leads. Now this battery is only used in the AVO for the resistance measurements. So it's got brand new probes as well. So if we go to ohms times 1, let's just prop it up a little bit so you can see it. Can I get it all the way up, or is that going to blow out in the light? No, let's be about there. So use one of Sean's blocks again. So if I touch the two probes together, frighten the life out of me then. Maybe I'm up a little bit too high, but I'll have to do. So I touch the probes together, it should wang over there. I just need to adjust that over that way. And there we are, ready to read resistance. Times 100. Touch your probes. 0 that one. Ready to go. And the times 10. So that's how you 0 your AVO on the ohms scale. There you are. Job done. Very nice. And while we're at it, we can use this to check the voltage, can't we? Of the other one. So let's go volts. We want 30 volts. So this is 0 to 30. So we're looking mid-scale, really, if this battery's any good. That's the one that I took out, this one here. 15 volts, allegedly. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's reading about, what's that, 14? Just over 13 volts, I think. I can't see it from this angle. So there you are. There you are. So that one's actually still usable. So I'll use that one till it's dead, and then I'll swap over to John's battery. In fact, as I say, I've got 3 AVOs, 4 AVOs, 5 AVOs. No, I've got 4 AVOs because I've got that one that's a bit poorly. So you must always leave it in a DC position just to stop the mechanism moving about too much. But this is a great meter. It's I was very lucky. I managed to buy about 4 of them. So this was due for recalibration in 2011. So it's been calibrated sort of. I know it's a while ago now, but the majority of these that we got have never been calibrated. So that's that one. So yeah, well done, John. That's brilliant. Very good. Formula One's about to start. Oh, you're posh, Retro Tech. You've got Sky, haven't you? We've got to watch it later on Channel 4 at 9 o'clock tonight. We've got to watch it. So you could watch it later, look, Retro Tech. Christoph. It's on Channel 4 at 9 o'clock, but I think it starts at 3 o'clock live. But Sky have got the rights to this one, I believe. Unfortunately. Yeah, I like Sky, but it's just too expensive. Like everything these days. Right, let's just pop that other battery in here. So there you are. If you want one of these batteries, the link to John's eBay page is in the description. I don't know what I've done with that other battery now. It was here a second ago. Didn't chuck it on the floor, did I? I'll tell you, stuff disappears here. It's spooky. There it is. Spooky. So there's a blast from the past for a few of you then, if you've not seen an AVO meter before. So if anyone is interested in that one, it will be up for sale. Because I don't need 4 of them. I'd like to keep this one actually, but there you go. You can't keep them all. You can't keep everything, can you? I did buy them to sell on, so I must do it. I've got an AVO meter 8 Mark 7 out there, which is the one that I'm going to keep. This is a Mark 6. Let's say it's got the original instruction book. Very nice meters, these. So there you are. That's the AVO 8. So thank you very much, John. Yeah, cheers, Christoph. Thanks for dropping in, mate. Hey, tune in. How you doing, Lee? Dids? How you doing, Dids? And Steve? 13 volts offload, I would use the other battery. Yeah, you are right, Steve. How you doing, Steve? Anyway, you're not very well, mate, are you? You want it still with the label on that says it's... So this has got a NATO stock number. It says test set number 1 Mark 4, but I mean, these are very, very robust. I did sell one that still had a carrying handle. I think that one went to one of the Robs, but you can see the label at the top. Royal Air Force contract, something it's like COM 40195 Navy. So these were military. I take it that's the number of the set in their inventory, because all of these would have had an asset number. There you are. The AVO battery from John. So if you want one of those, 10 quid, refillable, should last a long, long time. Right, let's catch up with the chat, put the rest of my beer in, and then we'll have a look at this giveaway first. That's very kindly been sent in by Sandra and Ben. I have got other giveaways that have been sent in to me. I'm just sort of trying to trickle them in bit by bit, really. I'll be doing one for Patreons and channel members only fairly soon. So if you're a Patreon or a channel member, you'll get a chance to win something fairly soon once I get round to sorting it. So let's catch up with the chat a minute. Aston's in. Hi Aston, how are you? Valve Jenga. Do without breaking one. Pull the middle one out. Excellent. Try after 6 fingers. I don't know if I could take 6 fingers, Sean. Oh dear. Yeah, that would probably been the best idea, Andrew. Well, there you go. Look, Rob, you can buy them off of John on eBay. Look. So as I say, if anyone wants any of those batteries, have a look at the link in the description of this video. Your Model 8 needs new glass. You've got to service your Model 6. You think you might have a few? Yeah, everyone's got Avos, haven't they? Sean, you are supposed to lay it on its back, Sean. If you read the instructions, it does say it's supposed to be laid down. You're not supposed to use it stood up. It loads the needle up, house. Just catching up. Sean has got the blocks. And lo, there was a finger. Yeah, we have got the finger in the house. We have got the finger. You've got to have the finger on a Sunday. I'm sorry, but it's compulsory. Hi, Lee. How are you? Lee Bainan. You're in Belgium. It's just on free TV there. Whoa! We want Belgian TV over here. Christoph. How you doing, Lee? Anyway, mate. Are you back from your holes now? I think you're on holiday. I'm still trying to catch up with the chat here at the moment. You want it, Chris, do you? Yeah, I can sort it out for you, mate. Yeah, they are supposed to be used on their back. Being worse, yeah. Well, hopefully you get better soon, Steve. You want the RAF artifact. Rob, thank you very much, mate. Yeah, catch you soon, John, and thanks very much for these batteries. What did you find? Oh, the giveaway, yes. Martin, how are you? I think it's very generous of you, Ben, because it is a lovely bit of kit, and it's got the original box. We'll have a look in a minute. Martin's in. Open my Amazon. Yeah, got Amazon to open. SciMap, how are you, mate? You were looking at them after it was mentioned in IO emails. Oh, yes. Yeah. Thomas has got lots of military surplus test equipment. It's heavy stuff, isn't it? Luigi, thank you very much, mate. Dismantling a Biomaster 1400. Very nice. Now, the Biomaster 1400, I'm not sure what that is. Is that one of those hi-fi units, or is it a portable, Martin? Because some of the Biomasters are like quite sort of long, thin hi-fi systems, weren't they? 4 fingers and a thumb. Dear. Excuse me. Yeah, the Avo has got to be flat. Your Avo's an Avo 8. Which one, Timothy? So the Avo 8, they did I assume they've done a Mark 1 Avo 8 and up to a Mark 7. You're the only one that I'm buying from. I've got it all, Chris. If you want it, I got it usually. Brains recovered. Good to hear it. Aston's been a bit poorly as well. Your grid capacitor has been changed. Jesus, Steve. Oh dear. They've been playing about with your selenium rectifier, Steve, have they? Anyway, so yeah, Rob has very kindly sent me something in. So shall we open it up? Now, I was discussing with Rob yesterday about he's got a DVD player in at the moment to fix, and he was on about using some of these tools that he got me, something like this, to try and open the case with. I said, well, you're going to damage it trying to open it with that, so you need some proper spudgers. And I said to Rob he needs to get something like this, big flat one, or better still, the plastic ones. And you can get these type. they're better for opening cases because you're less likely to damage it. And I also said that I fancied some of these. Now, these are really good. I assume it's the ones. These are fresh in from Amazon today. There we are. Later one. Yeah, it usually tells you on the back which one it is, Timothy. So these are metal pry tools, really. They are sort of spudgers, but they're a bit thicker. Certainly thicker than this. But they're quite good once you've gone in with something thinner to get it going. Then these are very good for finishing off with. I think Mr. My Mate Vince uses these quite a lot, and they are handy, but still probably a bit too aggressive to go in initially with. Although they have got sort of like a chisel point on it, so they are sharpened on the end. That one is anyway. Might be worth just putting an edge on the other ones. But yeah, this one's got, I don't know if you can see that. Let's have a look on this camera. So thank you very much for these, Rob. Let's go in a bit closer, if I can find the right button. I can't see you because I've got stuff in the way. So if you see the end of that, it has got like a chisel tip on the end of it. So it tapers down to next to nothing. So that's probably about the only one you could get in a bit of ply. I wouldn't. It's dodgy using this on plastic. Really, it's a little bit too thick. But it's a pointy end on that one as well, like a little spade. Flat one. It's like dentist tools, isn't it? Really. On the other end, we've got a smaller flat one, with a bit of a point on it. And the last one is like a little arrow. Look. And a nice spooned one. So yeah, thank you very much for those, Rob. They will come in handy for getting stuff open. I think Rob's got himself some of those as well. Very good. A Mark V, okay. That's the one with the four, it's got 4 connectors on it, hasn't it, Timothy, the Mark V. The Mark 6s and 7s have got, in fact, the Mark V is supposed to be one of the best ones made, because after they went from the Mark V, they started cheaping out on it a little bit, and they used like weird flex cables and that inside them, which are a pain in the neck if you take one apart and you break it. Sean's mallet, burglar's kit. Did anyone see the video where Mr. Carlson repaired a radio from a bomber? I don't think I did. You can still rectify, good. Big Clive has an awesome voice of knowledge for opening tough electronic cases. Until you hear it crunch, yeah. Thanks, Rob. Do your toenails with it. Try a still saw. Steel saw. What are you on about now? No, Sean. Right, so the giveaway. Now this is an awesome bit of kit, and this has been kindly given to us by Ben and his good lady Sandra. It is a Sony Walkman FX493 boxed look. Still got the barcodes on it. Now, I looked at the instructions on this. This is from 2000, so it's 23 years old. 23 years old, so you can win this. But let's have a look at it first. It's not got everything in it. The remote and the headphones are no longer in it, so they would have sat in this top piece here. So you're going to need a set of headphones for it. But we've got a full manuals pack for it. Just as well, because I couldn't work out how to work it yesterday, so I managed to find out now. In all different languages. And it says copyright 2000 on there, so that would assume it's made after the year 2000. There's a little note here in red, look, about headphones. Danger, danger, don't use it loud. Avoid playing the unit at so loud a volume that extended play might affect your hearing. Avoid using it when driving, cycling, etc. And if you're using open ear headphones, make sure not to disturb those close to you. Sensible stuff, isn't it? A 5 and a 4. Well, I've got a 2, Mark II, Mark 5, 6, and 7 at the moment. But it sounds like I'm going to get some. No, I've still got another Mark 6 there. Sounds like I'm going to lose that one to Chris over in the States. So here it is. Here it is. In its original bag as well, look. Sony Walkman. Very nice. FM AM. So not only is it a Walkman, it's a radio as well. So let's see if I can get it in the shot a bit better. Let's get Sean's chop blocks on it again. Does your mate make these to order, Sean? If anybody wants any of these block things, is Lee doing them? Is Lee doing them to order? Make sure I try and get the glare off of it from the lights, that's all. Will it deglare? Can I deglare it? Well, that's about as good as I'm going to get it, I think. Let's just get me out of the way. So it hasn't got the remote. It did come with a remote. You don't need the remote to actually operate it. You can just use it on normal headphones. I looked up the remotes on this. They are for sale on eBay. But I think people are taking the mick a little bit because they're up around 100 quid for the remote. And that it's only a little bit of plastic with a few bits in it. It's nothing fancy. I mean, if one was to come up for sale for sort of 20, 30 quid, it might be worth going for, but at the moment, they're ridiculous money. I also noticed yesterday that it's even got the little sticker here that would have come over the display when it was brand new, look. So that's a little bit of history for you as well. So that would have been stuck over here to make it look like it was on. Now, I've got to think I've got some speakers somewhere that I can plug into this thing. But there you are. What a giveaway. So thank you very much, Sandra and Ben, for that. That's amazing. Mark 5's the most robust Aston Ascend, but he has a soft spot for the 6s and 7s. Yeah, I was brought up with the 6 really. And as I say, I've got a 6 over there, which is I bought from an army surplus place actually. But that one's not as good as the one I've just shown you. That one is absolutely immaculate. You still have your Walkman 2. That's very nice, Rich. Walkman 2 is very rare nowadays. Well, I say rare, it's not really rare, but they are quite valuable now. Well, you could have it. This has got Mega Bass on it, look. This has got 32 presets. That'll be for the radio. It's got Mega Bass. It's not got Dolby, but it does do normal chrome and metal tape. So it's got positions for that on it. So let me see if I can find my speakers. I know where they are, but can I get them out without knocking everything over? Unlikely. Very unlikely. That's 1, 2, in, out, DC 12 volts. So I've got some speakers. But does my DC power supply adapter fit into that? No, it won't. A pain in the backside. I did have the adapter for this. Now, what have I done with it? Yeah, you'd think I'd have kept it all together, wouldn't you? In an ideal world. What was it, 12 volts? Centre pin positive, 12 volts. Let me think. What does this do it? What's this then? Polarity. Yeah, this might do it. I've got one of these multi adapters. You can't see the speakers, can you? Because I'm in too close. So I've got some computer speakers here. Let's just plug this in. These aren't great, so I need to make sure it's center pin positive, I'd said, didn't I? Yeah, pin positive. Let's get the multimeter out a minute and just see if we got positive center pin. Because there is a polarity switch on this power supply as well. Now, this is one that I've got for one of my CB radios, one of my walkie-talkies. So for center pin positive, that should be positive and that should be negative. 50-50. And there's nothing on that. Why is there nothing on that? We got that switched on or off? It's on. It's lit. Nothing coming out of it? Surely not. Hey, I've used this to charge up stuff. So why are you not working? That one isn't working for some reason. I don't know why, so let's get the other one. So over there, oh, my meter's not working. To get the AVO back out. And I've got another one here, if I can find it. Check this one. Okay, try again. "17 volts, look." Hell. These aren't great, but it is offload, mind you. I'll put it back to 9 volts. So 9 volts is 12.6. We'll leave it on 9 volts then. And that was center pin positive, wasn't it? Yeah, so it's 50-50 chance, and I got it right first time, look. So if I plug that in there, we'll find one that fits it. How? There we are. Yep. Right, let's plug her in then. Let's see if the old 23-year-old Walkman will come to life. There is a battery in this. So, radio on. Hold. Okay, I've got the hold button on. So let's pop the speakers on. So, tune in. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? Oh, hang on, no, 91. Let's see if we can get it to 100 classical FM. Hopefully we won't get a copyright hit for that. I take it the wire is the aerial. So there you are. The radio works. Now will the cassette? Because that's going to lead us into our next channel sponsor, so to speak. So what should we do? What should we play here? Oh, it says chucking stuff everywhere. Where's me Treasure Island? Here we are. Treasure Island. Treasure Island. So, radio off. Now, is this, I think this is auto reverse as well. Yes, auto reverse, so. Here we go then. Sounds like it's playing.
The captain looked on for a while in silence. Then he went the rounds and saw, as he said, that all was clear. There was a round score of muskets for the Severners.
It's working.
The firewood had been built into 4 piles, and on each of these some ammunition and 4 loaded muskets were laid, ready to the hand of the defenders. In the middle, the cutlasses lay ranged.
Jim, how you doing, mate?
Hang
With
them,
Bishop's finger.
And this is as dull as the doldrums. Gray, whistle for the wind. And just at that moment came the first news of the attack. Suddenly, Joyce whipped up his musket and fired. The report had scarcely died away, and it was repeated and repeated from without in a scattering volley.
That muffley is a tape, not the
when the smoke cleared away,
Walkman.
not a bough waved, and not the gleam of a musket barrel betrayed the presence of our foes. We had little time left to us for thought. Suddenly, with a loud huzzah, a little cloud of pirates leapt from the woods on the north side and ran straight on the stockade. At the same moment, the fire was once more opened from the woods, and a rifle ball sang
Now we've
through the
got Mega
doorway
Bass with
and
this
knocked
as
the
well.
doctor's musket
It's got
into
Mega
place.
Bass on.
The went over the fence like monkeys. The squire again and yet again. 3. One forward
metal
into the
tape.
enclosure, outside.
Normal
But at
tape.
these, evidently more frightened than hurt, for he was on his feet again in a crack and instantly disappeared
It's got
among the trees.
AVLS on it.
Two had bit the dust, one
Auto
had
volume
fled,
limiter
four
system.
had made good their footing inside our defences, while from the shelter of the woods, 7 or 8 men, each evidently supplied with several muskets, kept up a hot though useless fire on the log house. The 4 who had boarded made straight before them for the building, shouting as they ran. In a moment they were upon us. The head of Job Anderson, the boatswain, appeared in the middle of the loophole. "At 'em all hands! All hands!" he roared in a voice of thunder. At the same moment, another pirate grasped...
It's actually quite low noise, that. There's not a lot of noise on
One
that.
stunning blow laid the poor fellow senseless on the floor.
He laid him
Meanwhile,
senseless
a
on the
third,
floor.
running unharmed all round the house, appeared suddenly in the doorway and fell with his cutlass on the doctor. "Out, lads, out! Fight him in the open! Cutlasses!"
Cutlasses!
I snatched a cutlass from the pile and
Slade
dashed out
concert.
the door into clear sunlight. Right in front, the doctor was pursuing his assailant down the hill, and just as my eyes fell upon him, beat down his guard and sent him sprawling on his back with a great slash across the face. "Round the house, lads! Round the house!" cried the captain.
Afternoon,
Mechanically
Jess.
I obeyed and ran round the corner of the house. Next moment I was face to face with Anderson. He roared aloud, and his cutlass went up above his head, flashing in the sunlight. I left him
Will it not
flat
play
on one side.
Barry Manilow tapes? I haven't got any. I've got some Nana Muscori for you, Sean.
In the short space of time it took me to find my feet
How
again,
you doing, Jim,
the
anyway?
fight was over, and the victory was ours. Gray, following close behind me...
Mandy was better when Westlife done it, I
Gray
think.
had time to recover from his last blow. Another had been shot at a loophole in the very act of firing. A third, as I had seen, the doctor had disposed of at a blow. Of the 4 who
Van de
escaped
Graaff
Palestine,
generator, flipping
one
out.
only remained unaccounted for, and he, having left his cutlass on the field, was now clambering out again with the fear of death.
I expect...
Fire! Fire from the house!
I don't know if there's a way to disable that beep in the menu, but I'm sure there's a modification you could do to it to
The 5 who had fallen,
get rid of that beep.
and one on the outside of the palisade. The doctor and Gray and I ran at full speed to shelter, and we saw at a glance the price we had paid for victory. Hunter lay beside his loophole, stunned. Joyce by his, shot through the head, never to move again. While right in the centre, the squire was supporting the captain, one as pale as the other. The captain's wounded, but not for long. There was no return for mutineers, not so much as another shot out of the woods. As for the captain, his wounds were grievous indeed, but not dangerous. He was sure to recover, the doctor said. A little past noon, the doctor took up his hat and pistols, girt on a cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and with a musket on his shoulder...
So I'm not going to play around with this today, really. What I think we'll do is we'll revisit this one next week, and we'll pull it apart, because I've been very kindly given
No, says I.
a belt for this. So this has been
And if I'm right,
given to me, which is very kind of Deck Tech. And again, their link is in the video. Let's just stop that a minute. So they have given me a drive belt for this one. Now, I got 3 belts off of them and paid for 1. So this was one of the ones that was given to me. So this one will be fitted into this Walkman. I'll do that probably on next Sunday's live stream. So next Sunday we'll fit this in, and there's a link to their eBay page on the description of this video. So if you want to have a look, this is them. So a chap called Matt runs this, and I've used a lot of his belts. I must have used 20 belts from him in the last probably 6-8 months. So you've got belts for pretty much everything. If he hasn't got it, he'll get it. So he's put me together a pack from my Sharp GF6060, and I've tried them all and they all fit, bar one was slightly wide, and he sent me another one to try, so hopefully be able to offer you belts for the Sharp 6060. But yeah, whatever brand you've got, there's a belt for it. There's all the Walkman stuff, look. Panasonic, Iowa, everything you can think. I mean, look, there's 10 pages of them at least. So there's a lot of stuff there. So again, the link for mandatory replacement parts is in my description of my video. So there we are. Next week we'll pull this apart, we'll fit this belt, and we'll adjust the speed, etc. We'll basically give it a good service, clean the heads, but it is working. So I think that's a brilliant giveaway. So thank you very much to Ben and Sandra for that. Much appreciated. Go for the heavy stuff, Nana, yeah. You've got a Panasonic which bought in the 80s and still works. One new belt, yeah. Ganesh, how are you? Thanks, Andrew. And he's very quick. Literally, you order the belt and it's there the next day if you're in the UK. I don't think I've ever had one of these that's took more than a day to arrive. And I mean, they come in these quite thick Ziploc bags. So you can just peel it off. These are really good quality bags. That's why I know it's only a bag, but these are good quality. You know, you can get cheapy Ziploc bags like this sort of stuff. And this is just cheap, nasty, but that's a good quality, thick bag, that. So no expense spared. It's good quality stuff, and attention to detail very good. And great communications. If you want something, look them up, send them a message. If they've not got it on their site, they may well be able to get it for you. So far, they've managed to get pretty much everything that I've got that wasn't listed on their site. And I've got two other Sharp boom boxes from the 80s coming up soon on my channel. So there you are. So thank you very much, Ben, for that. And what are we going to do for a keyword on this then? What are we going to do for a keyword? Let's get your brains going. Let's get your brains going. So wired for sound. It's got to be one word, Timothy. One word. But saying that, last time it didn't work, did it, for some reason? It did not work for some reason last time. So there it is. It comes with the box. I'll give it a full service. It'll have a new belt. We'll have set the speed up for you. It comes with the manuals. The lot. It's not an Avo, Harvey. What's that, Rich? When you worked for? Yeah, someone's going to really enjoy that. I've got quite a few Walkmans now, so it'd be good to give someone else one to enjoy. They have had a bit of a comeback as well recently. They're going for some big money now. I suppose it's got to be Walkman, isn't it? Let's go with Walkman. Shall we do all capitals? There we go. So the idea is you put the keyword Walkman in the in the comments section of this video. So later on today or this evening, this video will upload to YouTube, and you need to pop the keyword Walkman in there. You don't have to be a subscriber, but it'd be nice if you do subscribe, and if you're not subscribed already, and you'll get a chance to win this. Now, I think postage wise, we're probably going to be able to send this pretty much anywhere. It's not very heavy. It's only a small package. So I think I'll foot the bill on the postage for this. So no sort of global restrictions as to posting it. So if anyone wants to have a guess, or not a guess, anybody wants to have a go, then stick the keyword Walkman in there, and we'll draw it in 2 weeks' time. So it won't be next week, it'll be the week after that, if everyone's with that. Hi 6K D6. Yeah, as I say, it could be yours. It could be yours. As I say, it's got AM, FM radio on it. It does metal tape. It's very nice, actually. It is very nice. Hi, Paul. How are you? Dixon's. Good info there, Rich. They had problems with 3.5mm stereo jacks. Only Sony seemed to make them of good enough quality not to have the jack sockets regularly fail. Interesting. So you need to leave the keyword Walkman not in the chat here, but in the comments section of the video. So you need to go to the video, click on the comments, and stick the keyword Walkman in the comments. Of course, you can leave other comments on everything else that we're going to look at today, because we do need to move on. Otherwise, we're never going to get to look at this very unusual Roberts radio. So there we are. Let's put that one to bed. I've got to investigate that power supply to see why it's not working. It was working. So that's another job for me. Never-ending jobs here. I've got a pretty awesome Kenwood car stereo in at the moment as well, which is going to make some interesting viewing, I'm sure. It's got a DVD player on it, all sorts. Sat-nav, but it's not working. There's no manual for it or nothing. It's about right. There's no cables with it, so I've had to order a wiring harness for it in order to test it. So that's going to be interesting. So as I say, keyword Walkman in the comments section of this video. Keyword Walkman. Yeah, you got it, Rob, but not here. In the comments section. It's difficult. It's difficult, I know. It is complex. But yeah, in the comments section of this video. Right, let's put those out of the way. Let's get that out. Let's pop this one back to bed. I put a couple of batteries in it. I'm not going to leave Treasure Island in there. But as I say, it'll have a brand new belt in it. And it'll be fully serviced. We'll set the speed on it. You need to get yourself a set of headphones if you haven't already got any. So say that'll come complete with the brand new belt. A belt does sound okay, but if it's not been used for some time, it'll have a nice little kink on it, which will increase the whoa and flutter on it. So what we might do next week is we'll test it as it is for whoa and flutter using the whoa and flutter meter that Rich very kindly gave me, Mr. Secret Engineer, and we'll test it before changing the belt and after to see if it makes a difference, which it should do in theory. In theory. But it might be just that it's not perished, being it's a later model. Right. Bit of a clear up. And on to the main event. Now this is a bit of a monster of a radio. When I saw the pictures, I thought this was a little portable shortwave radio. But it might look little there, but I can assure you that's pretty big. So if I compare it to a Sony, this is a Sony 7600 GR. It's a beast. It's a monster. It's a monster. Hi, Harvey. Are you going to win this, Harvey? Sean, stop it. Phil Tube, how you doing, Phil? So we've got a lot of previous winners in the house at the moment. So you can see it's a blimmin' big radio. I was surprised when I saw how big it actually was. But it has issues. It has issues. Now, I don't think I actually brought up the little note that Phil gave me. Oh, you have it in the Radio Shack form. Ah. Yeah, you're not sure if you're going to enter, Harvey. You're not into Walkmans. Harvey won the cracking cassette Sovereign that was donated by Jeff. That was the win of the century, really, Harvey. So let me put that back. So what I can't find service info for this. Do you think Sanjian, Thomas? As I say, if I stick my hand on it, you can see it's pretty lumpy. That's a big radio. When you see the pictures of them, they don't look very big, but when you've actually physically got one, it's massive. So the issues with this did work. This has been sent in for repair. Let's just prop it. It's got this little stand on the back. It's been sent in for repair. I didn't realise it had a handle on it to start with, but the handle folds down very nicely and you wouldn't really know it's got a handle on it. I didn't anyway until I suddenly saw it and I thought, oh, it's got a handle. It's got a decent aerial with like a plastic cover on it. I thought it might have been one of the Eaton type radios actually, but Spanky, how you doing, Simon? You can't wait to win this one. Activision, yeah. You're all winners. Spanky won some batteries, didn't he? Spanky won some battery adapters. And Chris won the R600, wasn't it? Macvision. They rebrand others. Yeah, this is going to be a rebranded one. Catch you later, Harvey. Get yourself a blimmin' power adapter at your mum's, Harvey. Get a power adapter at mother's. You'll be fine then. Right. Let me find Phil's note, and then we can confirm exactly what Phil wants doing to this. We can confirm what Phil wants doing to this, because I thought I brought this up, but obviously I didn't. Saying that I probably didn't. No, I didn't. Here we are. And Mrs. Cruncher has just been out and washed my car. Thank you, Mrs. Cruncher.
You'll pay for it later.
I'm paying for it. She is absolutely brilliant, and she's just been out and washed my car for me. I'm starting a new job tomorrow, so I didn't want to turn up in a dirty car, did I? So Mrs. Cruncher has very kindly washed my car. So, whew, puffed out now. You did, and you're still using them. Sanjian made it for Radio Shack. There's also a cassette version, which you also have, right? Okay. I know Roberts had a cassette version. I wouldn't mind one of those. So they had a shortwave radio with a cassette on it, which was very good because you could record shortwave radio. Yeah, you put the keywords into the comments section of the video, Rob, not into the live chat here. New job, yes, yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I've been self-employed now for 7 years, but with this ridiculous cost of living issue, I've had to sort of go out and find myself another job, unfortunately. So I'll still be able to do the radio repairs, and I'll still be able to do my live stream on Sunday, so it doesn't really affect my channel at all. But yeah, unfortunately, times are tough, so I'm back out to work again. And I thought I'd semi-retired, but not, obviously not. Anyway, issues then. This is from Phil. I've done a few radios for Phil now. He's one of my regular customers. He keeps finding stuff that's broken, which is always good for me. So he says it won't power up. It sometimes looks like it will. You try and use the keyboard and it errors like a 2001. So he wants me to check out the power issue, get it to work. Check, if possible, to get it to work off the mains. Give it a health check on the keypads, knobs and switches. Give the capacitors a check over and any other things that I think may need looking at. So he says he's included with it some computer batteries which are fresh and some radio batteries which are fresh. Tried using mains but doesn't like. So that's the story on it. Now, the fresh radio batteries are not fresh. I've got them here. Duraleaks. Now, I don't know if you can notice anything here, but we've got odd batteries. So we've got a Duracell Plus power there. We've got a Duracell Plus. We've got another type of Plus power. And we've got another Duracell Plus. So those two match. The use by date on those looks like 2031. So they expire April 2031, those two. This one expires in 2018, and this one's 2025. So we've got an odd set of batteries with it. And the problem with odd batteries is they tend to eat each other. So if you've got one cell that's not great, it'll drag the other ones down with it. And that's what's happened here. So this isn't the issue, by the way. This is just an observation on my initial testing. No, it's not going to do it, is it? Let's turn that way. Okay. So let's have a look at these. One volt. These should be 1.5 volts. Don't forget. That one's good. 1.6 volts. There, look. We got a winner. Now this is the 2018 battery, 0.8 of a volt, and this is the 2025 one, 1.4. So there's only two batteries that are any good there. And you certainly wouldn't want to mix them in the set, which they were, because they'll all sort of draw current off of each other and basically be absolutely no good. So they're shot. What I have got is a set of Duracell rechargeables. Now these are only going to be about 1.2, 1.3 volts, but they should be enough to test it properly. 1.3, 1.3, 1.3, and 1.3. So they're all the same. So we can test it with the batteries. And as for the power, it takes a 9-volt center pin negative supply. So I can use my power supply, my bench power supply, to power up from the mains. So it's got the computer batteries in. It's got Energizer batteries in there, and I've tested those and they are fine. No issues with those at all. They are new, but these certainly aren't new. So they'll be going in the bin, unfortunately, Phil, if you're watching. They won't be coming back. They're going into battery heaven. So let's stick my my batteries in. I mean, this should work on 1.3 volts per battery. Zoom out a bit. What's Daniel saying? 4-band, yes, it's got some FM, long wave, medium wave, and short wave. It goes from 1.7 right up to 29.999 megs. So it pretty much covers the whole of the shortwave band. And it has got on it a BFO. Look at that. It's got a BFO, so I mean, it's got a blimmin' great speaker, so this thing is going to be a good radio. I've never seen one. I've never seen one, to be fair. So we've got narrow and wide. So we've got a narrow and wide filter on it. FM stereo. We've got tone. We've got RF gain as well. It's got a lot of features on it. And we've got direct access. So we can select different meters, or we can input the frequency direct on it. It's got a light. I don't know if you can see, but obviously the computer batteries are working because we've got a time display in the corner. So those 3 computer batteries are working. So it's got a timer, it's got menus, it's got memories as well. So there's a memory button, so you can record different memories. Now, again, I haven't downloaded the user manual for this. I've just sort of like worked it out, really. It's not that difficult, is it? Okay, so if we push the button, the power button now, it should come on. And it's not. Now, if you sort of wiggle it around a little bit and push it, sometimes you can get an E come up, but no, it's dead. The Gorilla's had a Pharaoh dink as well, but this is how it was apparently. So I'm going to have to see if I can pop the grill out and try and straighten it a little bit. But it's a beast of a radio. It's a monster. It's got a nice little stand on the back, look, with the UTC differences on it. Little memo pad in underneath there. So when installing and replacing batteries, just ensure that the radio is switched off and the lock switch is set to the on position, which is the lock switch. The lock switch. Oh, on position, right, okay. Yes, it was in the on position. That's locked, that's on. No, nothing's going to bring that on batteries. So batteries are a no-show. A no-show, no-go. No-show, no-go. So let's try it on on a power supply. So it is center pin negative, and it's 6 volts, actually not 9. 6 volts. So this should switch the batteries out. What have I got that set? 6 volts, okay. So here goes. Would you believe it? It's not working. It's not working now. I did test this and it was working roughly yesterday on the power supply. But today, it's not. Let's try popping the batteries out and see if it'll work. Because I think the batteries are causing some sort of issue in this thing. So we've got to have the computer batteries in, even if we've got it on mains. Well, we haven't. It does work without them in. But I don't know, it worked fine yesterday. It could be a dodgy plug, couldn't it? Okay, it's drawing current. It's drawing 60 milliamps. It was, and now drawing none. That's bizarre. It was working yesterday. So it decided it's not going to work now. There's something definitely not right with this. Definitely not locked, are we? Well, I say I did have it working yesterday, briefly. It's not going to do it today. How strange. Right, well, let me explain what happened yesterday when I got it working. I got it to power up. I was using my bench power supply like it is now, set for 6 volts, center pin negative, and pushed the power button and on it came. But that's pretty much most of what happened. Now I could use the manual tune in to go up and down, but it was on long wave, and these buttons worked. It changed from FM, medium wave, long wave, short wave. That all worked. But anything here, except for the 11 meter and the memory button, all of this keypad is dead. Nothing at all on it. BFO works, the narrow wide works. I haven't tried the standby, but pretty much this works. That keyboard is totally dead though. Totally dead. So, as I say, computer batteries are fine. It's got the display there less, so the computer batteries are working. So it could be a dodgy connector, I suppose. We could give it a little squirt with some Servasol just to check. What have we got here? We've got some Servasol there. And I did see the little straw for it on my bench just now, and that's probably disappeared now, because that's what tends to happen. There it is on the floor. Bob, how you doing, mate? Oh, the display backlight was on when it's drawing a current. Okay, could be a dodgy. Let's try to see where the contact is on it. I don't really know. Let's just work the, so the backlight was on, was it, Bob? Well spotted, mate. You can normally only see the backlight in through there, but that's, could of course be a dodgy connector, couldn't it, from my point of view. There's obviously a switch in there that switches the batteries out, so now this did used to work apparently. It did work yesterday, but it's not working today. It's typical, isn't it? Absolutely nothing. Okay, yeah, so the light switch works. I've just pushed the light button there and the light is working. You can just about see that. Bob's got very good eyes. Welcome, Bob, by the way. So yeah, the light switch does work. That's about it though. If you can see that or not. If I turn some of the lights off, you'll see it. Let's turn some lighting off. There. So the light works. Yay, we got something that works. But the radio doesn't. So let's turn some lights back on. Okay. No, it didn't get damage shown on the yeah, there is a lock button here. Yeah, there's a lock button here on the side, but I tried that in both positions unless it's dodgy. But the light works, but nothing else. It's strange because it did come on yesterday. How bizarre is that? It's anyway. Let's take it apart because I think it's knackered. And let me show you why I think it is. Let's pop the computer batteries out. Oh, he says, chucking them all over the floor. So how good is that of Mrs. Cruncher to clean my car for me today? She is a star. So there's our batteries, and I say these were good when I tested them yesterday. We'll give them another go just in case they've decided to die overnight, which, you know, wouldn't be the first time, would it? Sod's Law gets us every time. 1.6, 1.6, 1.6, so they're good. They can go back in it if we can get the thing working. Now, the interesting thing is in this battery compartment. Can you see what I see? I'm sure there's a Christmas song there. Can you see what I see? Juicy, crispy, battery leakage. And if you look where it's leaking, what's on the other side of that is our keypad. So it's pretty much dead in line with that. So I reckon that we've lost some traces off of the keypad board. Illicit drugs. Thanks very much, Bob. And well done on the cataract surgery. Set the time. Some radios need to set the time before they work. It did have the time on it, Rob. I do know what you're saying, but it worked yesterday, no problem at all. So well, it didn't work. So we've got to get this thing apart. It's actually made in Taiwan. Made in Taiwan for Roberts Radio, look. So we're going to have to get it apart. Neighbour's still doing his shed. It's been on that all day. Right, let's get it apart. So I'm just looking for screws. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 screws. These look like they're number 1 fillets, which they are. Let's get a little pot to put the bits and pieces in. It's departed. Call the cops. Yeah, we've come across someone's stash. Now, are these going to be kind to me and all be the same size? Have we got some bigger than others? Or, oh, chucking me screwdriver away. Oh, hello, it's just the top of my head. There we go. Taiwan makes it look like it is a Sanjian. It may well be. Someone's mentioned a couple Sanjian radios there. Not Sanjian, but the poor radio's been murdered. It could well be a Sanjian. They made the 861, didn't they, for Roberts? Okay, well, it looked like we got some movement. Did I take that screw out? Yes, I did. Looks like something's holding it up here still. Can't see any extra batteries? Any extra screws anywhere? Do we need to pull that knob off? No, maybe it's just clipped on then. Okay. Looks like it pulls off with the handle. Well, that was scarily simple, wasn't it? So this has got these remote battery connections. So it looks like this is our computer battery terminal there. That's our positive and negative, so that's sharing the computer battery negative. So we've got 2 connections there which go onto the center. So far it doesn't look too bad. Can't at a glance, I mean, it should be around that area where that has gone, and the keyboard is on a separate board down here. The problem is when this stuff, when battery acid escapes, it doesn't just escape in liquid form, it escapes in vapor as well. Okay, there's some interesting stuff. So let's get the overhead camera in and we'll have a closer look. Let's get some of these batteries out of the way. It's Battery City here at the moment. Let's turn the power supply off. Now, I was secretly hoping to see a badly corroded board here, but it doesn't look that way. Let me get my goggles on and have a closer look as well. Okay, yeah, there is some corrosion on the board. And I assume all this powder stuff is potentially, it could be dust, but it could be. There's a bit of glare there, isn't there? So where are we looking? I think we're over here, aren't we? Yeah, okay. So come back to here. We've got a bit of a botch wire there. And to me, that is going across all those tracks. It has got a couple spots of corrosion on that. So it could be that maybe it's corroded the tracks underneath and it's short in there. I don't know. So it looks like our antenna connection is just here. Surface mount, so that's it's our front door. Someone's trying to sell us something by the sound of it. That's a bit better, it's a bit blown out. So that's the only thing I can see at the moment, is that's got a bit of corrosion on it there. So you can just, why haven't they just put an insulated bit of wire there? Why have they gone across all of that with a bare wire? Crazy. So again, really nothing seen so far apart from that wire. So there's corrosion on this. And getting a bit of corrosion around here. Spin you round. Let's come out a bit. So that's our battery connections. You can see the corrosion around there. This could end up being a right pain in the backside because there's nothing obvious, but oh, hang on, no, sorry, I got all excited then. I thought there was a trace gone, but it's not. So we've got corrosion around this area on the traces, but it doesn't look to have ate through. Moving along. Let's make that a bit brighter. It's gone darker again now, isn't it? Nothing looking too bad. Another botch up there. Decoupling cap of some description. So we've got corrosion on these resistors. I don't know where you can see that. I can go in a bit closer. So yeah, a bit bright again now, isn't it? Let's just make it a bit darker. So you can see we've got some corrosion there, but yeah, there's corrosion on lots of this. We can see on this shield, you can see the flux, but also on top of the flux there's this white stuff, and that is battery acid or alkaline. And here and here but I so far can't see any tracks gone. Here more, and here. No real sort of game changer at the moment. I'll zoom you back out again a bit because we're on a bit close. So yeah, battery acid has got onto that, so that's going to be a vinegar bath. So it could well be this thing here maybe that's causing the problem. Just prise that up a little bit. Just not touching the board. So I should be able to connect my power to here. It may work without, I mean I can see if I hold the board at an angle it's where all the muck's gone, so it might be that we've got problems on the other side of this board. Yeah, it might be that we've got problems on the other side. I mean, it could have had power up at the wrong way. Who knows? Who knows? Just to see if I've got any info on the board. So I think it is a Sangean because it's got ATS 818A on the board. Yeah, it's got ATS 818A written on the board. If you can see that up here. Yeah, difficult to show you. There we go. ATS 818A. So can anybody look that up a minute and just see if it is, if there's any service info for it? Not that we really need service info, really, I don't suppose, but it would be useful to check the power throughput on it. I mean, obviously it comes off of there, but that disappears down onto the other side of the board with links. I don't really know how that is joined. Let's get some vinegar. Get a bit of vinegar because this is alkaline, not acid. If it's acid you'd use isopropyl. If it's alkaline you need to use an acid on it to get rid of it. So we're going to use vinegar. Stolen from Mrs. Cruncher's kitchen. Phil, there you are. Service manuals available on Electro Tanya Radio Shack DX390. Oh wow. How you doing, Phil? This is Phil's radio. It is Phil's radio, and it's poorly. It's got battery acid all over the board. I'm just trying to see how those connections work. So we've got those two which are positive and negative. And we've got another claw that is, where's that go to now? Goes down there, okay. Oh. So the other connection is this little pad here for the computer batteries. That's going to be a pain in the neck to get attached to. Let's see if I can get the thing completely out of the case. Because definitely we've got a problem with this keyboard. Yeah, I can see corrosion down there as well. I think we need to get it out completely. So we've got some more screws to undo. You're knackered after golf. Milling Chip, how are you, mate? Had to rework the display connector. You found a picture that leg link isn't standard. ATS 818 is the equivalent. $390. So let's see if we can find the service info then. Whew. Let me log into Electrotanya. Okay, we should be on Electrotanya together. Yes, we are. So we want service manual search, and it was an 8. Hang on, we said it was a DX 390, didn't we? 390. Radio Shack. 62 pages. Whoa. So it's scanning it just to be safe. Come on. Come on. IF 10.7, that's for FM, medium wave. That's got 2 IFs, so it's dual stage. It's going to be quite a nice radio, this, I think. If we can save it, return it from the dead. Disassembly instructions. This is the right radio, isn't it? So well done to Milling Chip and Aston for spotting it. So to remove the control PCB, to remove the main PCB, so it thinks this is the control PCB, 5 screws E. We want to remove this one first, so we've got 4 screws there, C and D. Right. Let's have a look-see then. Let's get you down a little bit so you can see roughly what I'm undoing if you've got one of these yourself that you're going to be trying to fix. No, so it's what number 1. Let's see if these are all the same size. 2, 3, 4. Okay, well no, that one is normal thread. Okay, yeah, that one's machine screw. The other one's a self tappers. So maybe I've got to pull the knobs off it. No, that one. So that knob's got to come off. Yeah, there we go. So that comes up and this way maybe. Is there another screw that we're missing? Or is that just pull out of there? It looks like it just pulls out of there. It does seem like something else is holding it for some reason. Maybe not. Oh, we got another screw. There's actually 5 screws in it, not 4. I think it did say 5 actually, didn't it? I thought there was something holding it. There we go. Well, that's to be fair, that's not bad for servicing purposes. Well, we've got a lot of white powder around the power jack. You can see we've got a lot of white powder around that one and those capacitors, so it's got into there. Oh, that's not the power jack actually, is it? No, that's the headphone jack, I believe. That's the power jack there. So nothing that I can see immediately on this side of the board that's going to be causing us a problem. That IC there is very close to where a lot of the corrosion is, but legs on it look okay. We've got a load of inductors down here. One of those is open circuit, then that'll kill it. Various links. The power comes in down here. So the power comes in through these links here somehow. I don't know exactly how that works. It looks to me that those pads aren't connected to anything. But they obviously are. So I'll leave you looking at that while I skip to the loo. So if you can spot what's wrong with that and let me know by the time I come back, that'd be great. I'm going to wash my hands off before I touch anything as well, otherwise I'm going to have... Right, I'll be back. Right. Have you found out what's wrong with it yet? All you people with big tellies that are blowing it up 50, 60 inches with your huge LED screens. So I've got the eyes on there, so let me have a closer look. That stuff is absolutely everywhere. There's a lot of inductors in this. And I had an R861 that had an open circuit inductor that stopped the thing working. So it looks like that side of it is okay. Still can't 100% work out the power unless one of those. Oh, I see. Okay. So it looks like those pads are connected. Let me just check the continuity here a minute on these pads. So I'm going to go on, I'm not going to go on the beeper, I'm going to go on the ohms scale just so I get an idea of what that should be. So I should have a connection between there and there. I have 0.34 and between there and there. 0.37 and back this way to there. 0.36 and this way to there. 0.36 and to there. 0.36, okay. Yeah, so we've got continuity there. It looks like it joins the top of the pads there. Strange how the power's working on that. So it's jumping onto that there, across there, comes up and goes into there, which is one of these multi-connectors underneath here. So power goes into this basically. So we could have a bit of corrosion on these. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? These edge connectors or PCB connectors, whatever you call them. My chat's disappeared. Where's my chat gone? Speaker grows back. It is. Just catching up. RV, use energizers, you stand more of a chance. You have the realistic, you had to rework the. It does draw a lot of current actually. Graham, how are you? Plot thickens. I'm quite a lot of behind. You have to rework the display connector. Worked when he got it off eBay several years ago. Works great and sounds great on HF Utility. I think the batteries have done the job, haven't they? I don't worry about sending it to me, Phil. I enjoy having a look at stuff like this, mate. Harvey's off again. Cheers, Harvey. Speaker is amazing quality. The weak link is the connector to the display. Bob, how are you doing, mate? It's going to keep you busy. David Simmons, how are you, David? You can see my videos even though your that backlight was on. Well spotted, David. Welcome back, Rob. Check continuity on the lock switch. No worries, Matamble. I will do that in a second. The 440 had that issue. How much current does it draw on power? Now, it was drawing about 160 milliamps. And then it dropped back to about 90 milliamps milling chip. A lot of conductive glue. Yeah, could be, Bob. Look up the 3 chips, find the data sheet to show the power and ground pins. Something to check. Yeah. No ribbon cables. No. Oh, you love the new lights in your Roberts. Yes, yeah, it's like a, you could use that as a torch, David, couldn't you, in the dark? Oh, you look the picture wrong way up. Hi, Yas, how are you? Right, so the switch is, where is the switch? Switch is on the other board, so we need to get the other board out. So we definitely have got a lot of nastiness up in this area. We've got some of the legendary conductive glue, as Bob was pointing out. Welcome, Bob, by the way. Just seeing if I can see any exploded capacitors or anything bad on them. They all look okay. They don't look bulgy, any of them. It's unlikely to be capacitors in this thing, but you never know. There might be one open circuit. Okay, so we need to get this board out as well. I think what I'll do is I'll desolder the speaker, because I can stick out an external speaker in there. And it's 4 ohms, 1 watt. It is a nice speaker, isn't it? You can't really see the speaker, but it is a nice size speaker in this thing. You can see, I mean, we've got lots of thumbprints on here. They're not mine. So someone else has been in here. Yeah, there's corrosion down around a diode there. That's that. This looks like a buzzer of some description. Is there a beeper on this? Yeah. I don't think it's a tweeter. I think it's a beeper. A buzzer down here, look. It's connected onto a diode on the board, and that's got that corrosion on it. So I think the corrosion has got in here. So that unplugs. And these look like they unplug. Do they? Well, they're a bit tight. If they do definitely unplug. Let's get a probing tool. We've got like a little peg in there by the looks of it. Actually, we can use our new tools. We can use our new tools to pop this one up. Well, maybe not. It's a bit thick. Well, we have got that tapered one, haven't we, somewhere? Where's that one to us? Here. Got the tapered one. That might do it. Yeah, there we go. So that was a 12 connector, this one's a 15, so we can't get mixed up. There we are. So if I disconnect that, unless that's on a plug, is it? No, it's not. I'll just disconnect it from here. So it's green wire is a plus and white is the minus. That's that board out of the way. I'm going to need to disconnect that, so let's just take a picture of that so as I remember which way round it went. And have I got my phone here? No, I haven't. So I've come up without my phone, which is good, isn't it? Pepperidge, how are you, mate? How much would a radio like this be? I'm not sure. We drop back to 90 milliamps, the microcontroller's working. Excellent, thanks for that, Milling Chip. £100, maybe more. It probably is a 3-figure radio, isn't it? It's a top radio when working. So I might just unscrew that for now. No, it's number 1. Got 2 little screws there. That one. So a little buzzer. I'm sure people have disconnected that in the past because they're a nightmare, as you heard it in the other radio. Looks like these PCB screws are the same size as the other. Oh, hang on, we've got a broken board. We have a broken board. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Let's get the overhead camera edge in. We have a break, Houston. You can't see that because that light's blown it out, but we have a broken board in that corner, look. Can you see that? Apologies for the light blowing it out, but yeah, we've got a break there. It doesn't look like it's near anything. And actually I can see a crack. I can see a crack. I can see the crack there on this one as well. Difficult to show you. Let me just get you in a bit closer. So can you see the crack there? That board is cracked. And if I go up to the corner here, it is actually broken there. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Now this is not the first broken board that we've had, is it, Phil? Eatonson Biltong, very nice. Delivered by Hermes. Done in the factory, Milling Chip. Oh, you people got no faith, have you? So we've definitely got a broken board. I was going to have to undo this other one first because it's going to put more strain on the already broken board. There's one smack bang in the middle as well. Do these knobs have to come off? Probably. I should just look at the service manual, shouldn't I, really? But that's too easy, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. So I can now get that screw out with the broken bit of board. We can get some tweezers and see if that's got any... Well, we could get some tweezers and went just throwing them on the floor. See if there's any track on that. And no, there isn't. So that hasn't caused the problem because there's no track on that. So that looks to me like that will just lift out. Let's get these things here off my head. I can see better then. Okay, so that just lifts up. It's almost like that volume control is stopping it. Yeah, we're going to have to take the nut off there as well. Screw that back on there. Volume control, that's a tuning control. And we're out. Let's put that safely out the way. There she is. Right, the crack goes across here. Of course, this plate's soldered right, it's actually soldered on the keypad. I bet that's broken, but again, the tracks, I don't know where they go to. Now, can we get this shield off the back, or is this soldered in as well? But saying that, there's no tracks on the back, but I can see that crack does disappear a fair way down. Well, saying that, it goes across there. Yeah, those tracks are broken. That's why the keypad isn't working, because those tracks are broken. So where's my finger? Okay, let's get you on the overhead camera. So it's broken here. Can you see if I move that? So we've got two tracks broken there. Would that stop the radio powering up? It might do. The problem is it disappears in underneath this, and that crack is a little bit longer than just that. The crack goes to probably underneath where this first button is here. So I'm gonna have to get this keypad off. I have to get this whole keypad off, or at least lift up this edge. Let's fire the desoldering tool up then a minute, because there is some bend over tabs on the back as well. There's a bend over tab there. That won't bend over. What's going on with that? It looks like that slides backwards and out. Got another one up the top there. Goes up. That one will come out. Yeah, that should come out of there. God, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solder points on that. What a pain. Well, I think that's going to call for some more beer. So unfortunately, I'm going to have some more beer in order to fix that. Just when you saw how the PCM overlapped, a knock wouldn't have done that. Not good. Droppage. No dial string, you're right. Breaks often leads to 2 or more frustrating. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a link across those brakes, but I need to pull it out to make sure it's not gone underneath as well. So I'm just going to desolder these. I expect they've got tabs on them as well as solder. Thank you, Rob, for more beers. I did say I was going to get another beer, didn't I? And then I got waylaid again. This does work a lot better with a new tip on it. Strange bit of solder in there. So we had it blamed on battery damage, but it could have been this crack all along. Yeah, they bent the blimmin' tabs over. This is going to be a nightmare to get this off. So not only is it soldered, it's got bent over tabs as well, so I'm going to have to take the shield off the back as well. We seem to have a blob of solder just here as well, which is a bit strange. There's a big blob of solder there. What is all that about? I don't know. Right, let's have a look, see if this has got some tabs on it as well. Yes, it has. Okay, so we're going to have to take this panel here off as well. What's there? One there. One there. One there. Oh dear, oh dear. That one there, which was soldered on. We've got one there that they've put a bit of solder on just so as we can't get it off. That's sneaky, isn't it? Let's get you in a bit closer. So yeah, there's one just here that they've soldered over it. Why would you do that? Just to make it more difficult to get off. Oh, it's a ground. Okay, no, it's ground. It's a ground point, so I have to remember that that's where it's grounded to. Let's put that one. That's that one. So is that everything on that shield off? Yeah, so let's use our little tool again. Just a little bit of solder on that one. And that is that board off. Now we've got a super cap there, look, as well, with lots of nastiness on it, so it might be worth changing that one while we're in there. 0.047 farads. Just have a look, see if we've got anything nasty here that I'm missing. So we've got the switch there for 9 and 10 kilohertz steps. It's actually in the 10 kilohertz steps at the moment. So that is our computer battery positive there. Lots of nastiness around those. Switches look okay. Can see our light in there. If that was 2 lights in it or just the one? Just one light. It's one of those long bulbs with 2 connections on it. Just in here. That's where the backlight bulb sits. Hi David, how are you? I deserve at least a few beers. I do. I need a few beers to get through it, Phil. I need them. Use the throne. No worries, Aaron. So yeah, good tools. Thank you again, Rob. Useful, very useful. Right, so now we need to get this keypad off. So it's that one there. Oh, they've bent these. They've really gone to town on these, look. So we've got to bend all of these around. They've really gone on a bend-a-thon for those. One there. That's off. We've got another one there, which... Well, that one's actually bent all the way round. That one's going to break off without a doubt. Yeah, that's going to break off, I reckon. We'll be lucky if that one stays on there. So we should be able to see a bit better how far that brake's gone. Yeah, you can see it there, look. So the brake has actually gone. Let me get a pencil. The brake has gone right the way along to there. You can see where I've just marked that. That's where that brake is. It's gone right to there. And then it stops. It's got a little oscillator crystal in here. Clock crystal, I bet. Right, where else are you attached? There. No, what's there? Over here. Yeah, we've got one there. There. So that bit of the board should come up now, in theory. That's free, that's free, that's free. And we've got one down here. These are horrible. Why do they do this? Why don't they just put screws in it? Really, does it save that much time? Increases the servicing costs for it, doesn't it? That one and that one out. What a game. This is the one that's just hanging on by a thread. does not want to come out of there, does it? We're getting there. I went too close. We are getting there, everybody. Yeah, I think there's a good few tracks broken there, Mr. Pepperidge. So just held on this one that's a bit broken. Really don't want to break it, but gonna have to give it some stick to get it through there, I think. Come on, there we go. Right, membrane. Oh, hell. No. Oh, that is a pain. Can you see this? This is like a painted on membrane here, and I can definitely see my crack actually goes into that membrane just, so I'm gonna have to try and get this up, just this corner, because those tracks go all the way down through. How am I going to do that? Oh dear. So you can see that this got something non-metallic to point with. So this is our contacts here that the carbon pad is going to make on the back of the membrane. So this has got carbon contacts on the back, which are going to make these connections. But that crack goes, I can definitely see it there. So I'm gonna, is that painted on or is it a sticker? That looks to me like it's painted on, and that crack does go through that. Oh no. I thought it might have been a sticker, but it's not. It's painted on. Let me show you on the overhead camera. Zoom out a bit. What to do? What to do, eh? So we're over here. This is where we are. Well, I say we, the royal we. A bit too close. I need a microscope with a camera, really. I really do need a microscope with a camera, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. So I don't know if you can see that, but the crack, if I can sort of open it up, it goes into, you really can't see it, but I can see it with my glasses on. The crack actually goes, if I mark it with my pencil, the crack goes to there. So I've just marked that with my pencil so you can see it. That's how far across the crack goes. So perhaps the only way to do it is to sort of chip away at this and hope that it hasn't gone. If it's gone underneath this, then it's game over, because these here are the keypad contacts. And I think all the little dots that you can see are where these dots here are where it's bonded to the board. So it'll be contacted through onto the board through there. So if we're lucky, I can just get to the edge. You can see it, Les, can you? I mean, I've put the pencil on it now, but if I rub that off, it is fairly difficult to see that. But the crack definitely goes across that last track. So it's only that last one there. That one there that is broken here. There's nothing else this side that I can see. Yeah, this is just blank in here underneath. So just this track here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks to bridge. No, 6, 7, because I've got these two over here as well. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tracks to do. Potentially. Who's the best way to scrape that off then? I'm going to have to do it probably with a scalpel. So it's going to be just there. Let me just mark that with a pencil so I know how far I've got to go. So that track comes down there, so I've only got to go really as far as that. So basically got to take that bit there away. So you can see the crack now. I've just run the pencil across it. Look, you can see that quite clearly, because the pencil lead has just filled that crack up. Look. What a game! What a game! It's painted on, Pepperidge, I believe. There's nothing to lift up. It's bonded. It's painted on somehow. I don't know how they've done it, but yeah. So I'm going to scrape back that area. Scary stuff. I'm hoping that isn't actually broken there, because if I got a solder that, I was saying that the membrane should go back over the top of it. Yeah, it's broken there, you know. I'm pretty sure that's broken. So smeggy, I know. Yeah, it's definitely paint. So I think we've just got a little bit further that way. Obviously I can't touch that pad with anything, otherwise that'll short it. So our brake is there. and there, 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 and there. So that's where our brake's gone across, and then it sort of goes across this way. There, and there. And it might be that that track is actually not broken. So I'm going to clear some of this away here. So this is just a scalpel I'm using, and you can probably see, can definitely see where the brake is. Now I broke the solder mask off of it. So we'll stick the meter on continuity mode so you can hear it. Let's stick some finer probe tips on, if I can find them. I'll zoom you out a bit so it's not quite so pixely. You really do need these finer probe tips for this. If you compare those to the size of the normal ones, they're a lot smaller. These have seen a lot of action, as you can see. Oh, look, that's gone and broke off now, that. Oh well. Right, so let's have a look, see if we've got continuity. So let's just check that it's working first on this side. It is here. No continuity there. No continuity. Both of those are broken. Let's more scratchy. So let's check that one. Is that broken? I'm hoping this one isn't broken. But it is. It is broken. Is it, or is it me? Maybe I need to scrape that away a little bit more. I think I might have still got a little bit on the board there. Now, if I had the microscope out, I could see that straight away. How easy is it to get the microscope? Yeah, I'm going to get the microscope out, I think. I'm pretty sure that's broken there. Ow. I don't need to get the microscope out, I can see it. I'm sure you can too. All of those are broke, every single one of them. Every single one of them's got a little crack across it. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if it's focusing on the right place. Let's see if I can get you right in. Really, now it just goes too grainy, doesn't it? Unfortunately, it's not a microscope, it's just an overhead camera. I'll tell you what I could try and do. Let me just go on to the other one. I'm just going to see if I can get right down, because this will go in closer, but okay, where am I now? Okay. Yeah, we might be in business. Okay. If I just prop the corner of that up. Let's get rid of me. So you can see it's gone all the way through there. But the worrying thing that I've just noticed when I've zoomed in, it's gone across the, it's gone across that carbon pad as well. Look, you see that? So it's gone across that pad as well. So I wonder if that's some open circuit. Let's try that. So check there first. What's it gonna? Yeah, I've got continuity there. I might have to put a little bit of conductive paint on that. I have got some, so that's going to be needed. But yeah, you can definitely see it's cracked there, look, right the way across. It's cracked there. And get a decent bit of light on it. Right the way across there, and it finishes sort of there where that carbon pad is. But whether that's broken or not, I don't know. But I have got some conductive paint that I can put across that. Yeah. So there you are. Not quite a microscope, but you can get the gist of it. Okay. It's all cracked. Your wife is watching as well. Welcome, Martin's wife. It's like, it's so relaxing, Phil. You're going to go sleep. Yeah, multimeter on high resistance range, it does give me a bit of continuity, but it's scratching up the carbon there, Harvey. So I have got continuity across that. If I just go, say, let's go down there out the way, and then up here. Let's take it off of that and put it into auto range. Yeah, so I've got 1.2K there. I'll go that side. 1.14. 1.8. So yeah, that has got continuity. That has got continuity, but it is, and that's not where the pad touches. So I think putting a little bit of graphite is not going to cause us a problem there. If I can find this stuff. I've got two types here actually. And I have used this quite successfully in the past on so I've got bare electric conductive paint. got another one here somewhere in a funny syringe. Yeah, that one. But I think that's silver. And I have got another one somewhere as well, but I don't know where it is off the top of my head. What's that? Yeah, I've got another one there, which is a 2-part thermal adhesive. I've used that before as well for repair. So I've got lots of options here. So I've got the old, I think that's silver in that one. But I think this is the one that I've used to the best effect in the past. You can actually paint yourself a circuit board with that stuff. It's very good. Paint yourself a circuit board. So that's available. I think I got that on Amazon. I might have got it on, no, actually I might have got it on RS or CPC, something like that. But it's, the brand is Bare Conductive and it's electric paint. Bareconductive.com. So I'm going to need a very fine brush. So I'm going to use a 5-0 brush. That'll do. I'm going to need to get, I've had a bit of a leak of that thread locker, which has been a bit of a pain. You like that, do you? I thought you might. What I will do, Robert, is I'll put some epoxy on the back to stabilise it. I can't really glue anything on the front because it'll prevent me doing anything. It's going to be too big. Paint by resistors. You believe Amazon sell it, do you? I think I may have got it. I have to be a PCB surgeon. You do. I mean, that is tiny. It looks big underneath the microscope. Not underneath the microscope, underneath the overhead camera, but it's pretty small. I mean, we still don't know whether this is going to get us any further along. It's obviously a problem. But I'm really slacking because I am thirsty, as you like now. I've got a bit of a thirst on now, so we're going in for some bass. Or is it bass? Bass? Now, I thought this used to be called Bass Charrington. I thought it used to be called Bass Charrington many years ago. Whether Mr. Maltese there, and he can confirm that. So this is from 1876, apparently. Neighbours hammering again. It's more hammering. Hammer time. He doesn't know about the live stream. I really don't want a lot of that paint on it, just a little tiny dab really, just to reinforce it a little bit, because it definitely is cracked, but it does seem to still have resistance, so. That's the first registered trademark, yeah. It's fermented nicely, Spanky. How you doing, mate? Anyway, have you got any projects on the go, Mr. Spanky? You used to do quite a lot of tinkering with retro gaming stuff and radios. Okay. So we're going to need to put this on something. Let's stick it on a bit of the old granola box, the famous granola box that's had just about everything mixed up on it. It's a bit of JB Weld there, look, some paint matching I've done. But we only need a little bit. Where am I? Here. Here, that's where we are. Turn off that desoldering tool. Forgot that was on, that's annoying. A little tiny splodge. I'm going to get in and close on this now. I'm just going to paint just, it's got a little bit of a hair going on there. The bristle loose. Just as well, I've got all this kit in it really, but the sort of things you sort of get to need over the years really. Okay, so I've gone over a little bit there. I'm just going to go the other way. It's an annoying stray hair on the end of this thing. Try and snip it off. Right, that's got it, but I've gone over very slightly. I don't want to. There, okay. Let's get you in the overhead then. You can have a look, see my handiwork, see what my brush works like. So you can see I've just painted across that piece there. I'll say there's a little bit there, but that's fine. How about that? Cool hand, Luke. Whoa, dear. Cheers. Cheers, Christoph. You're back. Don't tell me. Do not tell me the results. Mrs. Crunch will be very upset if I know. So we now have a conductive paintbrush. Does dry pretty quick, that. So I wonder if isopropyl will get it off. Should do, I would have thought, before it sets. So there you are. If you want to do any of those repairs yourself, you need some bare conductive electric paint. Bare conductive. Cheers, Thomas. Catch you soon. Say hello to Susie for us. Trini Lopez? So Spanky's finishing a push bike in the cellar. They've got a Pi suitcase radio, 2 reel-to-reels, a Bush VTR 103, Amstrad Multiplex 3000, 78 record player, and 3 Dan sets. Nothing then. Oh, and then your Amstrad Mega PC. Oh dear. Sounds like you've got a bit on then, Mr. Spanky. AKA Simon. Right, let's have a sip of beer. I take it you're sticking the felt on the top now. You can't do that without making a noise, can you really? Right, okay, that's that bit done. So while that's getting setting off, we need to find something to bridge this across. It needs to be very fine. Needs to be very fine. So we need to change our soldering iron tip for something a bit smaller. We don't want to go too small because it won't have enough thermal mass to heat the copper up. So I'm going to go with my bent chisel tip. That should do the job. Focus. Try not to burn my hand. So that's about 1.3 mil, that tip. So it's bigger than the track, but so what I think I'm going to do to start with is I'm going to lay down some flux on that. Where are we? Can we get you on the camera at the same time? Yeah, I think so. So I don't really want to use that sticky flux. I'm just going to put a bit of this more liquid stuff on. Use some fairly fine solder. Be careful because I don't want to lift the tracks as such. It's just not really accepting the solder. I'm going to have to put some of this on. I think I've got away with those other ones, but this one for some reason just isn't tinning. Use some of these other flux. It's better. I mean, that might have bridged them, but I do need to put Put some wire in there. Gonna have to use a bit of that on here as well, I think. Just a little tiny bit. Now that may have soldered them across. Let's have a look. Okay, for some reason my leads aren't beeping. Why are you not beeping? Flux. Yeah. I think that one has gone. Let's get the flux off of it. Yeah, cheers. Cheers, Aaron. Catch you again, mate. So I think the flux is just stopping the soldering iron. Sorry, the soldering iron, what are you going on about now, Graham? It's stopping the multimeter making good contact. Right, let's try that off. Let's clean the tips of my meter off. Get rid of the flux on those. Let's try again. So this one first, we'll start over here. That's gone. That one's gone. Well, I say gone, it's taken. That one's still open. No, they're okay. Oh, so that looks like it's fine to me, but no. That one's gone. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well they've pretty much gone across, but what I need to do now is get some wire and bridge the gap. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use some very fine copper. I'm going to just pull apart a multi-strand wire a minute, and we're going to get some nice little bridging wires out of that. So they don't need to be very long. It's one. I can't pick them up, they're so small. Another one. Actually, let's just do them one at a time. It's going to be easier to do them one at a time. This is miniature. Danish, how you doing? We need world radio, Peter, because we enjoy it. Fat Tony! Banging's getting on your nerves. I'm not letting them in, they're not taking the tally. Apologies if I've missed anybody else off, but I need to make some room, so I've got plenty of wiggle room here. I needed some decent tweezers. Where's my decent ones? There they are. Let's make sure there's no flux on them. So let's do it. Let's start with the hardest one and work our way back, I think. So start up here. It's going to love the board, isn't it? This is the problem. Stick a little bit of flux on. On. Oh, I like that one pinged out the way. Okay, next. That's on. It's a little bit wonky, I don't like that. On. Okay. Right. So I need to just cut the ends off of those very gently with the scalpel. Thanks, Phil. Ah, that one's lifted. Ah, you monkey. Right, let's get a bit of flux back on that. Yeah, it's pinged off anyway, so that means get a new one, Graham. This is like hair size wires, it really is. Actually, let's just tin that a little bit more. I'm worried though, if I tin it, I'm going to tin all the blimmin' wires. I might have to go smaller still with a soldering iron tip. Let's go to my smallest one. It should be enough to heat the pad with. So I'm now going with my smallest soldering iron tip that I've got. Clear space. So this is a wave soldering, so it has got like a little miniature cup on the end of the iron. Can't really see it with the naked eye, but nice, that's better. Oh, I should have used that tip to start with. Right, tweezers. Actually, let's put a little bit of flux there. Oh, it was on then. I moved it before it had gone off. Yep. That one wants a bit more. I don't know though, he does look like he's gone. Let's load it up with a bit more solder. I'm just going over them all with the finer tip. Let's make 100% sure we've got them. suspense of it all. Oh, hello. I was moved. Get back on there, you monkey. Bit more solder. Make sure it's got a good solder run along it. Which it has. That one looks pretty good, but patience is what you need. Much better. Much better. Surprising how better a joint you get with a bit of flux, you know. Okay. That's bridged. Number 3 down looks a bit drift on the big screen. Did I tidy that up? Yeah, I'm going to be cutting the end off of that one though. Right, that's got them tidied up. Let's clean up and see if we've got continuity. Okay, that looks okay. Oh, I did it. Okay, Anthony, cheers. He's only done it. Right. Have a swig of beer. Meter. Get some stuff off the table, so continuity. Let's get the eyes back on. Let's go in again. So firstly these. What? All good. All good. So I think we need to put a splash of epoxy across there. I've got some rapid stuff that sets in 5 minutes, so we'll use that. Let's clean that pencil lead off. That's where the crack is here. So what I'll do is I'll score that with the scalpel. That'll give the glue something to bite to. Let's get our 2-part epoxy. Bonds in 3 minutes. That's one half of it. Where's the other half? JB Weld takes 24 hours, so we won't be using that. Oh, that's the other bit. I need to get gloves on for this because I get this over my hands every single time, and I've just got it over my hands now, and I've only just touched the blooming stuff. So you can see the plan. It's going to take me more than 3 minutes to put all them shields back on. How are we doing for time? Yeah, I'm running out of time here, so I need to shift my backside, really, don't I? So that conductive glue has gone off now. That is set. That is set. So I'm going to use that for my epoxy gloves. I don't know what it is about these gloves, but they will not come out the blimmin' packet. Never had gloves. They just will not come out the packet. They're like, argh, just hanging on to for dear life. And then when you want one out, about 50 come out. What it is with those gloves. Anyway, I'm going to stick these on because I get this stuff all over my hands else. Right, let's use me a little bit of paper again. Got little tiny slithers of copper. That copper was really, really fine. Don't know if it came across on the camera, but it is. You need tweezers to pick that up. I couldn't pick a bit of that up with my fingers. Right, there's me 2 parts. I got a cocktail stick here somewhere. To mix them together. So I can't put it too thick because the shield won't go back down, so it's got to be a little bit skimpy in places, like there, where that shield's going to be directly over it there. There we are. See if we can get a little bit in the edge there where the split started. Now, am I able to glue any of this here? So it wouldn't hurt to put some epoxy over this, really, just to reinforce them. You can't see what I'm up to. Yeah, I don't think it'll hurt to put a bit of epoxy over here because it's not conductive. It'll give us a bit of insulation. So there we are. That's about all we can do. What do you think then? Rubbish? Derek's off. Cheers, Derek. Yeah, no, I was just thinking that, Timothy, to be honest. I don't think this is going to get back together today, really, but I'm going to leave that there as a reference, really, so when that goes hard, I know I can start putting stuff back together. Let's put that back up out of the way while I've still got the gloves on. And my conductive paint. Okay, looking good. Are they magnetic? Yeah, sort of. Just having a bit of a clear up. Get some tools off the bench. Okay, so while that's setting, let's have a look then. Where's that? Thank you very much, Rob. Thanks, Rob. So yeah, we got this super cap here. I don't know why I've still got the gloves on. Pass. $18 at last orders. So I think we're making some good progress here now. So I'm trying to think what those three are. BFO, RF gain and tone, so I can put switch cleaner in all three of those. It shouldn't hurt them. Well, switch cleaner, I can put some fader lube even. So I'll do that while I'm at it. Fader lube all of those and put switch cleaner in the switches. Nearly touched that epoxy then. And there's some more switches on this side. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 switches there. But yeah, we'll get this super cap done. I think it's just a 5.5 volt one. It's not one of them 6 volt ones, is it? Because that gets expensive. No, 5.5 volts, 0.047. Well, it might be all right. So we got, is that 10 or 100 microfarads there? It's right close to that. It's blimmin' horrible snotty glue everywhere, but it probably does need a bit of stabilizing. Is that 100 or 150? I can't see. So 100 at 6.3, I've definitely got that. What's this one? 4.7, 25 volts, that's a bit fierce. There's literally 4 caps on here if you include the super cap. And that's 10 at 16, so I will have that one as well. This glue's horrible stuff, but I will have to probably put a bit of hot snot back on top of it. I think the caps won't be too bad. I don't know what the date of this one is. This radio. Release them from the hot, from the whatever they call this stuff. Get off of my epoxy. Leave my epoxy alone. Still a hammer in. Oh, it's going to be tough to get that off. Right, see if I've got a 0.047. I'm pretty sure I have. Stick that broken corner back with it. I'd forgotten about the broken corner. Too late, it's gone off, look. Yeah, forgotten about the broken corner. Oh. Yeah, I might have to mix up some more epoxy and just do that then. Well spotted. I mean, I don't know whether that'll hold with a screw through it as well. I might need to just put some hot glue around the area as well when it goes back on the board. Right, 0.47. 0.047. I think where my super caps are. I think they're in box 11, aren't they? Yeah. Here we go. 0.047. Hopefully the same pinout. Oh, actually, that's a different shaped one. I've got some different ones to that. What are these? There we go. Exactly the same one. So these are super caps. Super. Turn the desoldering tool on. Let's get the miniature caps out. I think I've got those. I am really short on these miniature ones because I've just done a Sony 2001D. So it was a 4.7, which I've got. It was 100. Loads of hundreds. Though it was a bit higher voltage, wasn't it? What's that 100 was at? Oh no, 6.3 volts. It's 100 at 6.3. 4.7 at 25. 4.7 at 25. 10 at 16. 10 at 16. That's it. That's my caps. Sorted. That was lucky. Oh, no way. No way. Would you believe that super cap is underneath the display, so I'm not going to touch that. And that one's underneath the display, and that one's underneath the display. Oh dear. Oh, I'm not going to take that display out, much as you'd like to see me do it, but yeah, I don't want to be touching that. Oh, I stuck my finger in the epoxy there. Yeah, I really don't want to be taking that display out. So to get to them, I'd need to take the whole display off, because that's like smack banging behind it. All of those three are. So the only one I can do is this one. Oh no. Oh, do we want to take that off? Because that's going to be them zebra strips on there, isn't it? And then they're not going to catch properly, and then there'll be bits of the segments missing, and oh, there's a whole world of pain waiting if I hadn't done that. Oh, what do I do? There's only one solder joint. The rest is twisty. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna have to do it, aren't I? I've come this far. I'm gonna do it. I know it's foolhardy. It's foolhardy, but I'm gonna do it. I've come this far. Yeah, just one blob of solder on that. That was all. This isn't going to get done today, people, unfortunately. So if anyone's like sat at the edge of their seat thinking, oh my God, we need to see if it works, it's not going to happen today. We just haven't got time. I start work tomorrow. I'm going to go back out to work. Self-employed. Well, still going to be self-employed and employed. So let me straighten all these tabs out, a load more. I just hope this display still works afterwards. Phil, we're taking risks here, mate. I think it needs to be done. I think it's a warranted risk. Oh, there's one underneath that bloody ribbon cable there. Look. Why do they do this? There's one underneath that ribbon cable. Oh my God. There's another crack there. No. I've just found another crack. I've just found another crack. So this board needs to come off. I hope this is worth it, Phil, for this radio. I don't know what's happened, but it's obviously it's either stress cracks or I don't know what's going on with that, or it's been dropped. So we might have even more tracks broken. Right, I think that's all of them. I just need to pop the soldering on there. Have I got that? Let's try little Rob's scradery tool again. No, we're okay. We're okay. Yeah, it's definitely zebra strips. We're taking risks, Phil, if you're still watching. Or you cringing. Zebra strippage. Dodgy. Oh God, they're fine as well. They're so fine. Right, we're under it. Now, where the hell is that crack? That crack is down here, and it's not across any traces. Thank God for that. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the crack there, but if I get you on the overhead camera, you might. Spanky. Oh, definitely down here, mate. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. But you know, I think if that was the case, I wouldn't last very long. I don't think. I think my days of stripogram are long gone, Simon. Thanks for the super chat. So can you see that it's broken? The board's broken there. I think you can see it. It's broken here. Between those two. I think that's it though. It's on exactly the same line as the one that I've glued over here. It's sort of in the same sort of area, so it's almost like the board's been flexed. But if I look on the other side, on the side, it's here between these two. So there's nothing there. Just looking to see if there's any tracks underneath. Now there is some tracks that run here, but the crack is going long ways that way, so I think we're okay there. That's a bit of luck. Yeah, interesting. Nice little IC there. That's going to be the main microcontroller, I suspect. Right, let's have a look where all this gumph is. Right, so we've got one in here. This is our super cap here. Our other cap is in here somewhere. And we've got zebra strippage right beside that. Where are we? Yeah, so we've got a zebra strip there, look. So this is going to be dodgy as hell. I just hope that this goes back okay. So really don't want to use any flux in that area. Actually, no, it's not. It's further back. It's here. It's here, that cap. So that's okay then. So we've got one there, one there. Let's get these off, so we got that one. SMD stuff right beside it. So that one. And maybe that isn't the one then. No, it's not. I just decided the wrong thing. It's over here. Hello. Stuff's coming to see me. That's definitely it there. So that one's out. Let's get back to the main camera. So we need to prise this super cap off the board. With all its nasty gluey stuff. It's glued to the crystal as well. Right, there we go. Is that one unsoldered? What a mess, right. Let's cut that stuff out of the way. Stick our nice shiny gold one back in. So I'm just going to put a bit of a little bit of flux on here. So I'm not near any of the zebra stripes. Stripes. Let's pour some solder out. I've got the wrong tip on. Damn. I've got my micro tip on. That's my normal tip. That's my everyday tip. There we are. Lucky on crack number 2, I know. Let's put that super cap on the tester. I don't think it'll test a super cap. Anybody got any tips on super cap testing? Any super cap testing tips? Right. All right, it's got it held in place. Solder it properly. It's done. Very nice. That's that one. Right, now what was that, did I say? That was the 100 at 6.3 volts. That's 10. 4.7. It's bound to be the one that's rolled away. 100, 6.3 volts. Right, so look at the position of that one. So it's got to be positive that way. So it's in there, glued to that one. That's going in there. Odge Nodge, how you doing, Odge Nodge? Can we get that other camera back on again? Let's just zoom back out a bit. So where am I? I'm up here soldering. How's things, John? Yeah, that should just about work. I need to resolder those two things I desoldered accidentally. Were they joined though? I don't know whether they were joined now. Let me just desolder that again. Yes, they were joined. Okay. I didn't know whether I'd bridge that then, so okay. Worth checking. That's that one. We got this one over here. What's this one? 4.7. Let's go back to the main camera for a minute. It's in here. Looks like my sucker is getting a bit sucked up. Yeah, he's done. What's the other one? So we'll get that one desoldered while I'm out at it. That's close. A lot of SMD stuff around that one. Dodgy. Well, that one seems to want to come loose first, so I'll do that one first. 10 at 16. And that's negative that way. Just bent straight down. A lot of SMD stuff there. But missed it. And the last one is there. It's glued to hell. So I'm going to have to get the hot snotter out a minute. In fact, let's get that out and I've warmed up a minute while I'm waiting. While I'm finishing up this, let's get the hot snotter out because we're going to need to glue some of this stuff back down. Leave that heating up. Oh, got my microphone caught up in it. Microphone's caught in the hot snotter. Okay. Let's get some beer down my neck a minute. Yeah, I'm not sure how Mike is actually, to be honest. I don't watch Andy's stuff, but yeah, I've not seen Mike for a while. I'll have to message him, make sure he's okay. Glad to hear it, John. Not seen Racing Demon in here since Christmas, really, Odge Nodge. So the question is, do I run some isopropyl across the zebra strips? I don't know. What's your thoughts, people? Isopropyl to zebra strips. Have we got any zebra strip experts out there? I have done them in a multimeter before, and it worked out okay. But this is a little bit different. It's a lot more at risk. Just getting rid of the old sealant. Right, there's only one left, so it's got to be that one, isn't it? 4.7 at 25 volts. Positive it's there. Yeah, Mike sometimes is lurking in the background, John, but I've not seen him for ages, which is a shame. We used to enjoy Mike's input. It's a good chap, Mike. Very nice chap. He used to come in all the streams, but hasn't been so much recently. Right, I think the snot is up to temperature. So let's snot it all back together. That's all my caps done anyway. Fully capped. Let's say there's not a lot of caps on it really, so. Right, I think the snot is good to go. So we need a little bit of that. A little bit, I said, Graham. A little bit there. And a little bit there. Snotted. Just smooth it a little bit. A bit of spit. And we are good to go. Fully snotted. I wonder what these caps are like then. See if that was worthwhile or not, or was a total waste of time. Total waste of time. But the thing is, it wasn't a waste of time because you imagine if I put all of this back together and we had to do those caps, the display wasn't working just because I didn't bother to change those caps. So it's a risk that you couldn't really take. I don't know where my ESR meter's gone. Pardon me. Where's my ESR meter gone? I found this as well. I dug out some 8 tracks. I managed to find some more 8 tracks, and this was in with the 8 tracks. So I bought this from an auction as an 8-track cartridge, but it clearly is Meteor Run for the VIC-20. How about that? Well, well, Simon especially is a bit of a retro computer lover. So yeah, Meteor Run for the VIC-20, and it was 1995. VIC-20 cartridge. How about that? That's a good find, wasn't it? I never knew that was in there. I did find some really good 8 tracks as well, and I've got another 8-track repair coming up. I want to try and get that other one done. So yeah, I got sidetracked yet again, didn't I? Let me see if I can find my ESR meter. It's probably because I dumped everything up on here out of the way. I've got the ESR meter. There's definitely here somewhere. That's that one, that's that one. I see it. It's just trying to escape, but I've got it. So I'm not going to do a capacitor bingo on this because we are running a bit late, but we'll have a look nonetheless. So what's this one here? This is a 10 at 16. You do find that the ESR is a bit higher on these miniature caps, so don't worry too much about the ESR unless it goes Okay, 3.1, yeah, bit high, but I don't think that's a game changer. Let's try the 100. So this one should have a bit lower ESR. Sorry, a bit lower ESR because it's a higher value. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And our 4.7 at 25 volts. Yeah, they've all got fairly high ESR. I mean, this thing here ain't going to test. We'll chuck it on just for a laugh. In fact, I need to short that out, really. Because if that's got any charge left in it, it would kill my ESR meter. Doesn't look like it has. I don't think this will measure this. Yeah, not measured. Quite high ESR though, 11.9. I'm not sure what the ESR should be on that. But yeah, it's not going to measure a high value cap like that. Right, so let's reassemble this, and then I'm going to call it a day. Well, reassemble this board anyway. And you'll have to pick it up in the week for you subscribers to Patreon and channel membership. You'll get the sneak peeks on it, and if I can take some pictures and a little video, I'll show you guys next Sunday. So, zebra strip. What do we say about the zebra strip? Yeah, it was a good find that, Simon, wasn't it? You clean zebras, you only do the board. Yeah, I'm going to do them. I don't want to risk not doing them because I've disturbed it. I could have stirred them up, if you know what I mean. So I'm just going to use a bit of isopropyl on a cotton bud. And I'm just going to run along very gently, just to clean any muck off. That's all I'm doing to that. So the contacts are all up here. And over here. Seems to be a lot of contacts there for not a lot. It only actually makes contact a part of that. Okay, that's good enough. You give that a wipe over when it's in as well. Right. So that goes over there, so that one's in there. So we need to make sure that these are really tight onto the board, because we don't want any slack on the old zebras. No slack zebras in this house. They're all nice and tight. So make sure they've got good contact onto the board. And the one in underneath here is a right pain. That's got it. It's back on. That's my decent tissues. There we go. Just going to clean my fluxy finger marks off of the display. Bit of isopropyl. Nice. Yeah, I should be able to, Rob, I'll be doing them. I mean, I'm only working in the mornings, so I've got, it's part-time what I'm doing. Basically stacking shelves, really. Bit of a strange one, but you know, needs must. We need a roof over our heads, don't we? So I think I will just wipe over these contacts as well, just in case any battery acids got onto the these pads. Just a very quick wipe over with isopropyl. I'm not going to rub them at all. And there's also a pad on the corner here somewhere, wasn't there? Did I see another pad? Yeah, up there. There's a pad up there as well. So just going to give that one a wipe as well. And the membrane. So I'm just going to be very gentle with this, again with a cotton bud, not soaking wet. Just going to go just a touch on these. Don't want to remove carbon really, it does take a little tiny bit off. But you know why the keypad wasn't responding now, don't you? Again, if you have problems with these pads, you can use that stuff I showed you just now, the bare conductive or whatever it's called. Just going over, making sure there's no battery acid got underneath this thing. There's a couple little bits there. Oh, I need to clean this. I just cannot do it. I've got to clean this side as well. I can't leave it like this and put that metal back over the top. Well, that's better. I couldn't put that back like that. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So it looks like we've got little locator bits, which is nice for this. And that's sitting back nicely there where I repaired it, which is good news. Then we need this big shield here. Oh, actually, hang on. I've got a solder. I can solder that back on in a minute. Well, it was a bit scary taking that that display off, but I think it was worth it. At least we know now that, well, in theory, that those bits should be okay. Right, bend these over. There. Okay, and I've got to put the underneath shield on because some of that solders to this one. Nightmare. Let's have a look where that went. That went there, I believe. This is not the sort of thing for live streams, really, is it? If you were doing live streams yourself, you'd be thinking, there's no way I want to be doing that on a live stream. But you know, I've taken one for the team again, look. Taking one for the team. There's one there that I haven't bent over, that's typical. Let's get me micro pliers. You bought a tripod, very well done. Yeah, I'm going to do all the soldering of all of them. It doesn't bring happiness, but it brings a more acceptable form of misery. Well, it'll be nice to have some decent food back again, to be fair, because we've really had to cut back on everything. With this cost of living thing, it's gone bonkers. It's really hit us. It really has. It's gone crazy. There's a lot of tabs to bend back. That one went that way and soldered to there. That one is twisted there. I think that's got them all. Hopefully I haven't forgotten anything in underneath them. I can still get at the switches to clean those. Right, let's solder it up and then we're good to go. We're back as we were with a repaired board that's been serviced as well. So that one actually does bridge across to there. Bridges to there, that one to there. Got to solder that one back up the top. Over to there. Hopefully you can see what I'm up to. Just soldering back this keypad shield. It's hot. Hot, 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 hot. Oh, there's a bit more solder on that one, I think. Better. So let's not forget the screen one here. There we are. Back together. Scary, but that's got it. I've got to solder that thing back on here. Clean these switches. Clean these pots. And then it can all go back together, I think. I'll probably do the capacitors in the power supply section, but I don't think I'll do all the caps in it. Unless Phil wants me to. I've already spent quite a lot of time on it. So, time is money, as they say. Bob Anderson, thank you very much, mate. Sorry, I missed the stream elements tips, so apologies for anyone that's tipped me on Stream Elements, but it doesn't come up with a big flash like a super chat does. So let me catch back up with the chat. Sean must have gone. I don't know if he said he was off, but he might be there lurking still. Christian Eck. How are you doing, Christian? Electronic sadomastic. Oh, Sean's saying votes on best brand to service, Hacker or Robert. It's got to be Hacker, isn't it, Sean? Brave and a bit crazy, Matamble. Cracking video, thanks, Mike. It was lucky on crack number 2, really, wasn't it? So just catching up, see if it holds a charge. You only do the board yourself, Anthony? Oh, I see, with the zebra cleaning, yeah. I have cleaned them before, to be fair. You got some Vic 20 carts, yeah, nice. Graham's saying about the display case, sorted that. Sony's used proper, yeah, that membrane thing is horrible. I hate those things. There was one that I had an absolute nightmare with, whether that was one of Phil's as well. I can remember I think that was a Panasonic, and that had problems with the membrane. That was horrible. Did get it going though in the end. How's your radio? Very good, Chris. Nearly done, mate. Thanks, Mike. Cheers, Sean. Yeah, thanks, Phil. Thanks, Graham. You watch every part. Thank you very much, PhilTube. Thanks all. Thanks, Gerard. Just catching up. Thanks, Retro Tech. Pop in again, Christoph, by all means. Thanks, Lee. So let's so thanks everybody for the kind wishes for tomorrow. As I say, it's been 7 years, I think it is, since I've been self-employed. But I'll still be self-employed, but I'll be paying even more tax now. So great stuff. So let's have a look at Chris's radio quickly before we go. Quickly before we go, let's give Chris a sneak preview of his Hacker cassette Sovereign that I've been working on for literally the last 2 weeks, really. Pretty much, not solid, but a lot. Thanks, Lee. Okay, so here it is. Here's the case. Hacker badge, totally repainted, refinished. The sides have been totally, well, this one, which one? Yeah, this one here has been totally taken off. I had to bash that one off. There's all horrible metal staples in there. And I screwed it on with with brass countersunk screws. Both ends refinished with Danish oil. This back piece here was completely off, so I had to take that off. I had to peel back the Rexine, nail it and glue it. So that's been done as well. I've done the caps on the power supply board. I've glued all of this Rexine here was lifted. All of the Rexine on the back edge in here, all of this was lifted as well. So I've had to glue all of that back, and that orange mark's not me, that was Hacker originally. Mine's a bit neater than that. So that's the case. The case is done. The case is done. And last but not least is the actual chassis. Now that was a labour of love to get it to that condition. This was covered with probably, I would say, around 1,000 paint splatters. So literally had to sit there for about, it took me about an hour and a half, I reckon, to get all the paint splatter off of that. But it's actually come up really nice. And these glass pieces here had all sorts of grime had got in those slots. Follow me, so I had to clean all of that out. I haven't cleaned these knobs up yet. I've done these. These are fresh out of the ultrasonic. All the knobs are clean now. The radio board fully recapped. I've done the dial alignment and the cassette board is all fully recapped as well. It's had the works. I've cleaned all the cassette mech, cleaned the heads, demagnetized it. It's had everything. It's had the lot. It's had the lot, Chris. So there you are. It's literally a case of putting the washers on, popping the knobs on, sticking it back in the case, connecting it all back up, and then final testing, and it's ready to go, mate. The cassette, these are quirky, these decks. I don't know what it is, but they don't like some tapes. In fact, they don't like a lot of tapes. The one I did for John was exactly the same. It actually jumps from time to time. So you'll be playing it back, and it just skips a little bit. And it's sort of like the spindle pops off of these. It's like they're not deep enough. I see they're sort of spring loaders as well, but it's like they're not deep enough and they're not engaging properly. It's very strange, but they don't like some tapes and they like others. It's very... Simon! Thank you very much, mate. Simon's World, that is, I take it. Goal. So there you are. That, I mean, that doesn't do it justice that far away, really, but I'll get you in a bit closer. So it's very rare you get one of these with really good lettering, and this was absolutely caked, but look at that now. That was covered in paint. Even the station numbers had little dots, little tiny dots of paint all over them. So yeah, that took a lot of cleaning. So there you go. There you are, Chris. Thank you very much, Radio Refurb 999. Good to see you, mate. So yes, and if you remember, these sides were split. You can maybe, which is one? This one was badly split. You can you make it out? You can't really. So as I say, I've had to glue and clamp these up. I had to go and buy some glue to do it. I bought this stuff. the old Gorilla. So it's been glued back with Gorilla Glue. Both sides were cracked, so I've done both of them. You can see the crack a little bit better on that one, but it is glued. It's just it dries clear, so. But it's all been clamped back together, and I got quite a nice finish. 3 coats of Danish oil, that is, on the sides. I could get it shinier, but I don't think it wants to be glass shiny. It's not really that sort of radio. And as I say, the badge, that was a labour of love as well. That had to be totally resprayed. So resprayed that black, and then I've used very fine wet and dry to just take the black paint off of the raised edges. So there you go. And as I say, I've documented a lot of the work on Patreon and my channel membership. So if you're not joined, then get on over and join on up. There's so much stuff on there. I have also opened up some of the videos for public viewing as well, so they're not all Patreon only now. Thanks, Bob. Maybe the springs need a bit of stretching. I don't know. They might do. Thanks, Gavin. Did you use a microscope and a laser? What's that for, Matamble? You're welcome, Chris. Thanks, PhilTube. So that's it for today for me. I'm going to go and have my tea. I'm going to watch a Grand Prix, and then I'm going to go to bed early because I've got to be up at 6 o'clock every morning now. So for my sins, I've got to be up at 6 o'clock, 4 days a week. Anyway, I'm going to be tired in the afternoons. That's all I can say. Cheers, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Don't forget, we've got the giveaway. One more thing on the giveaway. If you want to win that Sony Walkman, very kindly donated by Ben and Sandra, then you need to pop the keyword Walkman in the comments section for this video, not in the live chat. So keyword giveaway, I'll do a resto on it next week. So we'll pull the Walkman apart and stick a new belt in it, service it, do the speed, all that sort of stuff next week. And then we'll give it away the week after. So stick that in the comments for this video and you get a chance to win it. So bye for now, people. Have a good one. Have a good week, and I'll catch up with you next weekend, if not before. If I can get back to my thing. Bye for now.